Agency with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
Are there any corrections to the closed session agenda this morning?
Yes, Honorable Chair, members of the board, I would ask that the board by a 4/5 vote add an urgency add-on, a significant exposure to litigation. I will ask that be added to the water resources agenda as well as the county agenda.
All right, so we need a motion to add. All right.
Second.
We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips to add an urgency item to the closed session agenda for the Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. All right, the motion carries, and we have a closed session item number 1A that will be going into closed session for along with the urgency item. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency today? Is there anyone online? If you're online with us on Zoom, please raise your hand so that we can call on you.
Monique Tony.
Monique Tony, we've got 1:30 on the clock. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hi, my name is Monica Tone, and I am the I'm at Pajaro River Homeless Community, and
Monique, sorry to interrupt. We're going to get to that comment in just a moment, so hang tight with us here for a second.
Okay.
All right, any other public comment on the Water Resources Agency closed session agenda this morning? All right, seeing none, we'll recess for those closed session agenda items, and before we do that, we'll call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda this morning?
Yes, Chair, I would ask that the board do the same urgency add-on, significant exposure to litigation to the county agenda this morning.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips to add an urgency item to the closed session agenda for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
All right, and we have any closed session public comment this morning for the Board of Supervisors closed session agenda. And Monique, this would be the time for your public comment.
Hi, I'm Monica Tone, and I am
Monica, thank you.
Yes, hi. I am the I am the president of the homeless union out here in Pajaro and Watsonville. My problem is you guys want to come down here and disrupt, and take away our shelters, and it's cold out here, and it's not the time of year to be doing this. I have about 150 people out here that are willing to fight for their homes, and it's unacceptable at this time of year. Actually, it's unacceptable because the ninth district states that it is allowable activity to camp down here. And so you guys don't provide enough housing. There's not enough shelters. Right now we have an epidemic going on where there's no shelters at all. There's no shelters at all. The resources that you guys are providing for us are resources that want to give other resources and other resources. It's unacceptable. We don't even have ability to provide for, you guys don't even have ability to provide suitable housing out here or suitable resources that are going to be able to work for us. So tomorrow, when you guys take our places, where are we supposed to go? There's no place for us to go. And I'm asking that you guys please stop these sweeps, because you guys are putting people's lives at danger. You guys are putting people's lives in, and let alone you guys are spending 6 figures on sweeping people and taking people's shelters. This money could be used to help people. This money could be used to do something productive, and it's being used to destroy.
Monica,
said-
we're out of time. I'm sorry to interrupt, but thank you for your public comment this morning. Is there any other public comment this morning on the Board of Supervisors closed session agenda?
Sarah Puglin.
This is, hello?
Oh,
Oh.
hang tight, Sarah. We'll get to you next. We're going to
Okay.
go to the chambers first, and then we'll call your name. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi. Of course, you all know me. I'm Wildfire. I've had a rough night, but I was still determined to make it here. I'm not in any good condition today, but no matter how bad my health gets, I am going to fight this battle because we need to do something about this, and we need to do it now. I can't understand how you guys are continuing sweeps even through the holidays. It's putting the stress on all of us. You guys don't realize that if this continues, that the future generation is going to face this. There's a lot of young people I've been talking to that told me that they're going to move out because it's too expensive to stay out here and they're afraid to become homeless. I mean, like, what are you going to tell all these parents that the kids, once they get out there and try to get a job and for as many reasons as anybody else, I had 3 jobs, I still became homeless. And these kids are fearing this, and they're fearing that their kids are going to face this. We need to stop it now. We need to do something now, because my heart breaks every time I hear these young kids fear that their generation is going to have to face what we're facing right now. We need to stop this now. We need to put all the money that you guys have into what is supposed to be put into, instead of the sweeps, instead of paying these companies to take our stuff away. That's what we need to put the money into, is us. We are the people to be invested in.
Thank you for joining us today, Wildfire.
Hi, my name is Bella. I'm one of the ones that just got kicked out of the state parking place in Marina. They sent us out, kicked us out on the road. We had nowhere to go. We're stranded on the streets again. They told us to park right around where we was at. And every one of them got tagged, got tickets. They're getting towed today. The side on the left-hand side is Seaside. They're towing them today. The one on the right-hand side, they're supposed to be towed already too. I have an RV sitting there that I have no means of transportation to get it moved. I've been going through this for 7 years now, and you guys get all this money for all these homeless people, and where does it go? Where does it go? We don't see none of it, because all you guys are doing is just kicking us out onto the street that you kicked us out of the first time. We just need help. We don't bother nobody. We stay to ourselves. Just get us a place where we can sit by ourselves and be alone. We don't bother anybody. We're just asking for some help, and we take all the opportunity that you guys give us, all the social workers, everything. We do it all. But where are we? We're still homeless. We still have no place to go. There's nowhere for us to turn to. There's nobody to turn to that's going to be on our side. This has been going on forever. It's ridiculous. Stop the sweets. Just leave us alone. We're not bothering nobody. My health has gone downhill since all this has happened. I can't hardly breathe right now as it is, but you guys need to stop it in consideration. What if it was your kid out there? We didn't choose to have this lifestyle. This lifestyle happened to choose us. I became homeless because my mom passed away. We had to sell her house. I didn't choose this lifestyle, but this is a lifestyle I've been raised in Monterey, Marina, since I was 13 years old. This is my home. I'm not leaving. Keep on pushing, but I'm not going nowhere.
Thank you for coming today, Bella.
Hi, thanks for having me. One of the person that had been kicked out, actually my entire belongings has been gone. I don't have clothes, I don't have money, I don't have nowhere to go. I'm not from here. I came here a few 3 years ago, and from the day I got into this town, hardship had been hitting me. The first thing, my RV broke. While I was looking to get it done, then I twisted my ankle. It takes me 10 months to get better. And by the time I get better, a car hit me. So that's from one thing to another. Homelessness can face anybody because of that situation. I'm still very in severe pain right now. Because the police had jumped on me recently, my entire body is broken down. My vagina is out. I walk like a ball falling out. I am disabled, but right now I don't have a place to go. I'm wrapped up in this blanket because I don't have a change of clothes. I don't know where I'm going to sleep tonight. I slept at the church 2 nights. All these things that I see happen here, it's uncalled for, it's unethical, it's unholy, it's inhumane, it's sad, it's broke my heart just to see how other humans have to be treated in life to live. It should have never happened, and it can't happen. There's money there, and they use it for everything else to take away everything that we have. I per se have help, but I didn't get any help to do my health. We need better attention than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers for public comment this morning?
Hi, good morning. Wes White, co-president, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. A lot of stress has been happening. You know, look at what just happened with this parking lot. Why was staff directed to tell people that they were going to be relocated before eviction? Why is that? So you could get a month to just, oh, they'll be cool, and then we'll just sucker punch them later. If one of these ladies die, I mean, y'all are guilty of manslaughter. Off the top, dude. That's just like health and safety concern. What just happened right now? Okay, they had one porta potty for 60 people. Now they have no porta potty. Now they have no place to be. The Seaside made a lot of your problem, a lot of their problem, your problem, and now you're making your problem Marina's problem and Seaside's problem, everybody else's problem. Saying you're going to help people. Give your money back. Why don't somebody go to jail for this? Because the public trust is the only commodity you got. And if you can't tell the truth, if you ain't got integrity and honor and forthrightness, like she said, the holiness, where is that? We need that because where's the maturity? Otherwise, we're just a bunch of big little kids fighting and beating off each other all the time for money. It's the wrong reason. Because what are you going to do? You go on $1 million homes, $2 million homes right there. It's prime coastal real estate. It's the wrong direction. You know, you're selling us out instead of selling us up. And these are your homegrown folks, man. And if somebody dies, you're guilty. Stop the sweeps. You're doing this tomorrow up in fucking Pajaro, dude. It's crazy. Why? How are we doing things differently? How are you reducing homelessness? Tell me how that's a success. You need to stop the sweeps altogether. Start doing it right. Otherwise, man, you need to go to jail.
All right, I don't see anyone else in chambers, so we're going to go on to Zoom. If you're on Zoom with us for public comment on the closed session Board of Supervisors agenda, and I'm attributing these comments to item 1A on the closed session agenda, which doesn't specifically speak to homeless sweeps, but does speak to issues around security of public buildings, essential public services. So Sarah, I think we've got you up on closed public comment next.
Hi, yes, I have one other person as well, who doesn't have a phone any longer. I'm over here where safe parking was. The RV that I'm in is the only one that was actually in that program, legitimately. And now we were moved here. We were told that we were gonna have a mechanic to fix our RVs, make them street legal, at least, you mean, with the registration, have them fixed so they'll run, you mean, like trying to help us out. But then that was given to us 2 weeks prior to kicking us out. And we've had 2 mechanics out here working on, and they sometimes have been here overnight. You mean all day, all night long, working and helping us. And they're doing it for free, by the way. You mean to help us all out. And now we're parked over here and we've all been ticketed with actual tickets, not just warnings, tickets. And now we have, in what's on our RVs now on the Seaside side is not just a warning, it says fine on it. They're all red stickers that say fine on them. And they're going to tow us today. Okay, this is ridiculous. I have health issues. I work. I have 5 other people that I wanted to be there in person today, and I cannot. Why? Because I'm scared they're going to take this rig. You know what I mean? There's 5 other people that are afraid to leave their rigs to even get on to get online, and I couldn't give out the link like fast enough to them. You know what I mean? And some of them don't have phones. You know, this is ridiculous. You know, like I understand that program got out of control. I get it, but that's the county's fault and that's the program's fault. You know, for letting it get out of control. You know, there's better ways. There's better ways. You know, like if we ask for like just give us a week or 2 just to get our vehicles like in proper order, you know what I mean? So we can at least drive them and not worry about it getting towed, like ticketed, towed away. You know what I mean? And they won't even do that. Like, we're not trying to post up over here and make this home on the side of the street here. We're trying to like just get our things fixed so we can
Sarah,
get out
I'm
of
sorry to interrupt, but we're out of time. Did you say you had another person for public comment?
Yes, I do. Here she is.
Hello,
Yeah, go ahead.
am I on?
Yep, you're on. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Simone Gonzalez. Here's the thing, like I had a place already set up, paid rent and everything, a place to go prior to Friday. Like I was trying to do stuff in time. Like they were saying that we had plenty of time. Well, it's not really true. I mean, things happen. I had a place set up to go, paid rent there, and I also paid somebody to tow me. And I've had actually 2 different people to tow me, and I still haven't gotten out of here. So right now, because of us getting towed today, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking all my stuff out because this is all I could do. This is all I could do to try and save myself. And like, it's not right.
Keep going, keep going.
Like, I went down to the city hall yesterday to try and get this supposed voucher thing, because the news keeps on talking about like how they have all this money, right, for us, and they've offered these vouchers for hotels and $1,500 for this and that. Like I've seen all this stuff, but where is it? Where is it? It didn't go to us. It didn't go to us. And all I simply need is to get to the place that I've already paid rent on way before Friday. Way before Friday. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone, for sharing your comments with us today. Is there anyone else on public comments this morning for closed session? Okay, bear with us. We'll call some names.
There's a phone number ending in 013.
So if you're the phone number ending in 013, you'll need to press *6 to unmute. And we have 1:30 on the clock for your comment this morning.
Hi, my name is Zach Freitas. I'm a local musician, and this is about the local arbitrary mask mandate. I'm totally against it. I don't know where you're getting your facts from.
Zach, we're going to have that on the agenda later this afternoon, so that's not actually a closed
call me
session
up later.
item.
Call me up later.
Okay, thank you.
Tom is next.
Hello. Can
Hi,
you hear
Tom,
me?
thank you for joining us. We've got 1:30 on the clock for you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I just, I'm sitting here paying like $3,000 or $4,000 a year for property taxes. And then I've been out myself volunteering to try and help homeless people, and then have all the stuff we give them taken away by a landscaping contractor, Smith and Enright, who, by the way, is not licensed properly for biohazard removal. I'm going to contact the contractor's license board about that. And to see, police being deployed on all these people is just sick. They did it here in Salinas. It's just not good, not a good view of what's going on when sitting here in my house. And I turn on the TV and I see all these police, heavily armed police being deployed on homeless people. And you guys got a lot of money coming in, and it's all going. We know where all the money goes. I'm not going to say where it is, but where any money that comes in goes to a certain segment there at the county. And I want to see some of that money that I'm paying, being used to help these people. Because we go ourselves to try and help, and you guys take the stuff away that we gave them. And not you guys, but I know it's not each and every one of you's fault. That's just the way, the people with all the money want to protect their properties.
Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are out of time. Thank you for your comment this morning. Is there any other public comment? We don't see any other hands raised on Zoom. All right, so we'll close public comment for closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors. And we will recess to closed session agenda items. We'll be back here at 10:30 to reconvene. Thank you.
This is a BOS mic check for Zoom. Can you hear me, Edgar? If you can, just speak up so I can hear you in here, please and thank
BOS
you.
test. Can you
Perfect.
hear me
We are
now?
golden. Thank you so much. Okay.
for you. If you were in the afternoon here, you would get, oh,
We are going to convene a joint special meeting of the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency with a roll call by the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
Great, thank you. For anyone who's joining us on YouTube Live or Facebook Live, you're also welcome to head over to the Zoom webinar where we are at webinar ID number 224-397-747. I'd like to welcome Diego Cielos for some introductions of our Spanish interpretation services today.
I'm looking for an internship to help build a resume.
Hola, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor venga a verme ahora para que pueda explicarle el proceso. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We have Spanish interpretation available here in chambers as well as on Zoom.
Turn it off.
Would like to next introduce Calissa King. Do we have Calissa on Zoom? Okay, Calissa, hi. Thank you for joining us to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Calissa is a Community Impact Director with United Way for Monterey County. She works with Impact Monterey County and the 211 program, which connects Monterey County residents with vital resources like rental assistance, COVID-19 vaccines and testing, and so much more. Thank you for joining us, Calissa. We'll have you pass the microphone over to you to lead us in the pledge.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Calissa, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to everyone who works with United Way and 211, making sure that our residents have access to information and resources that we have available here in Monterey County. Are there any additions or corrections to our public agenda this morning?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right. We do have one item on our consent calendar for the special joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Is there any public comment on our consent agenda this morning? If you're with us on Zoom, please raise your hand so that I can call on you, but I'm not seeing any public comment. So I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Lopez, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. All right, next up, we will adjourn the special joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and we will call to order special joint meeting of the call to order the special joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors for the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey and the Water Resources Agency, the Board of Directors for the East Garrison Community Services District, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. Could we get a roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
All right, we have one item on our consent agenda to find the AB 361 action. Is there any public comment on this consent item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Askew.
All right, we will adjourn that special joint meeting, and we will call to order a special joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors, standing committees for the alternative energy and the environment, budget, capital improvement, cannabis, economic opportunity, equal opportunity, Fort Ord, health, housing and human services, human resources, and human resources steering committees. With a roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
Excellent. Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
All right, we have again one item on the consent calendar to take action on AB 361. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we're going to switch it up a little bit. We've got a motion from Phillips, a second from Lopez. We'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, motion carries. We'll adjourn that special joint meeting and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency for our public agenda items with a roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
All right, any changes or additions, corrections or additions?
There are not.
All right, any public comment for items not on today's Water Resources Agency agenda? Seeing no hands raised or anyone in the audience, we will close general public comment for Water Resources Agency. We have one item on our consent calendar today. Is there any public comment on the Water Resources Agency consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for action on the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Phillips. We'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. We will recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call vote.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
All right, any additions or corrections on our public agenda this morning?
There are.
There
There's one addition to the Department of Social Services consent calendar, and that is for item number 33, which is in receipt of a board report.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. So ceremonial resolutions, we have items number 2, 3, and 4 on our ceremonial resolutions this morning. We have a couple presentations, but let's start by seeing if there's any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action on the ceremonial resolution.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, I think I've got a motion from Adams, a second from Lopez, and we will take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. And with that, we'll go to item number 2, which is to adopt a resolution recognizing San Antonio School District for being accepted into the National Network of Innovative School Districts. I'll pass the microphone over to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today, joining us via Zoom, I have 2 special guests. We have Mr. Josh Van Norman, who is the principal/superintendent at San Antonio Unified, as well as our superintendent of schools for the county, Dr. Deneen Gus. I wanted to take some time today to stop our normal business and recognize a monumental recognition that's been bestowed upon San Antonio Unified School District out of Lockwood. A lot of folks have never been to Lockwood, but this particular school is now part of a network of only 125 nationally recognized schools. This initiative was started under President Barack Obama in 2011, and this recognition is not something to sneeze at. There was recognition made of this particular school all the way back in DC, but I think what's more important is why this school district has been recognized. The challenges that they've been able to overcome, not just during COVID, but even before that, with issues around truancy and really changing the dynamic around what they face as a community through an incredible effort at the education level. So there's a resolution in front of us, and there's this one really important stanza that I wish to read here. The Digital Promise League of Innovative Schools recognizes the impact that equity, access, and opportunity can have on student outcomes. And part of its mission is to transform the system and policies that create barriers for marginalized students. The school has taken this mission to heart, and their recognition under these efforts is really something that should be lauded and elevated. And I just want to congratulate San Antonio School District, the administration, the students, the parents. I recently had the opportunity to attend back to school night, and you should have seen the student MC. up there, really capturing the crowd and leading us through an awesome outdoor, safe back to school night in the small community of Lockwood. This is a recognition that I'm proud to take the time to, and thankful that my colleagues gave me this opportunity to lift this up. And so I want to turn it over to Dr. Deneen Gus and see if she wants to share a few words about this recognition with us as well.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning to help congratulate and recognize the San Antonio School District for being accepted into the National Network of Innovative School Districts. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez, for including me in this opportunity to make this recognition. I am so proud of the San Antonio School District. This is a huge thing. I just want to share a few additional pieces of information that really help people understand how important this is. First of all, the Digital Promise League of Innovative Schools has a national pool of candidates that apply every year. And the San Antonio Union School District was one of the 26 selected this year. So that's just huge. They were selected based on their leadership, evidence of results, their innovative vision for learning, and their commitment to equity and excellence, as Supervisor Lopez mentioned a few moments ago. They are literally the sole representatives from Monterey County and one of 2 districts from Central California. They plan to use their platform to really amplify the outstanding work that's taking place in their district, and not only in their district, but also in all the small school districts throughout the county. So this is really exciting. San Antonio has just really flourished through the pandemic. I know Supervisor Lopez mentioned that a few minutes ago, but I just want to do an additional shout out because this district literally provided every student with their own personal device, and they partnered with the Central Coast provider Ranch Wi-Fi to get families free or discounted internet rates. And this was really critical, not only during the pandemic, but even now. They have just made tremendous academic improvement where many other students really struggled during distance learning. They stepped up and they leaned in. Their staff does everything to help students succeed, from creating office hours and doing virtual check-ins. They really truly go above and beyond in all that they do. So I also just wanted to commend the district. I want to congratulate Superintendent Van Norman and the entire San Antonio team for being on the cutting edge in regard to technology and for always ensuring his students and team members have the needed resources to succeed. So again, congratulations and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Deneen. Let's kick it over to Josh Van Norman, who's joined us via Zoom as well. Josh?
Hey, good morning, everybody. First off, thank you, Mr. Lopez, Dr. Gus. Usually I'm not at a loss for words, so thank you both for setting the stage. You all pretty much captured it well. I'll just say this. We have a mantra here. It's a hashtag we use on social media. It's this idea of, we say being all in, right? And so what that means is our community, our staff, families, we're all in. And so we're small, but we're mighty. And so what I think we're trying to show people is it doesn't matter where you live, where you grow up. We believe every child deserves a great education. And that's what we're trying to do. So we have a bunch of fighters here. They're resilient, stubborn like myself, who don't quit. And we are fortunate to be in lovely Central California. And I want to thank Supervisor Lopez, Dr. Gus, the rest of the board for your support. We appreciate it. And thank you for this resolution. It means a lot.
Thank you, Josh, and we hope that you'll share this resolution as when it gets delivered down to the school district with every member of the community. But thank you for all that you do for our kids. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What a year it's been for our educators. Thank you for bringing this to us, Chris, so that we can recognize some of our outstanding leaders in K-12 education. Congratulations. All right. moving on to our appointments, we have items 5 and 6. Item 5 includes a handful of subsections specific to the alternatives and delegates and alternates for the Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, the Golden State Finance Authority, and the Golden State Connect Authority Board of Directors. We could take this as a well, I guess we need to make some decisions in terms of item 5. So I think Supervisor Lopez, you have currently been representing the county. Do you want to comment first?
Yeah, I'd just share that obviously these seats, all these meetings happen at the same time, and typically they do. From what I read in the staff report, we appoint one person to represent across the board, and I've really been enjoying doing that work. So I'd just share that I'd be willing to continue that work on behalf of our board on those commissions, including the newly formed Golden State Connect Authority, which was the JPA we recently passed.
I move to make that the motion.
Second.
And is there an alternate, Chris, that we also need to appoint? I think
there is.
And that's been Supervisor Phillips in the past. Yes.
I move to continue that as well.
And that's a thumbs up from Supervisor Phillips. Okay, second on the motion. All right. Any public comment on this? We have a motion to appoint Supervisor Lopez as the primary and Supervisor Phillips as the alternate to the Rural County Representative of California, the Golden State Finance Authority, and the Golden State Connect Authority Board of Directors. So we'll ask for public comment.
Just on the motion, I wanted just to recognize Chris's leadership. As the new member representing Monterey County, he has really got active within RCRC. I heard good comments about his leadership. And also he joined the committee on broadband as well, which is going to be doing a lot of key work in the upcoming years. So I just wanted to recognize his work, and I appreciate him representing on RCRC.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor. So we're calling for public comment right now. Any public comment on this motion? Seeing no hands raised, we'll bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams. Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you for continuing to represent us, Supervisor Lopez and Phillips. Next up, we have item number 6, which is to appoint Corey Alvarez to the Community Restorative Justice Commission, which would be, I think, the only item we have on our consent appointments calendar. Is there any public comment on the consent appointments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Lopez, and we'll take a roll call vote. I'm sorry, Supervisor Alejo, did you have a comment?
It was a quick question only because the last appointment we made for Cesar Lara had an indefinite period on this board. I think it's the same board. And this one has a end date within, I think, 2024. So I just wanted county council to explain, is the bylaw structured that way, or are we now adding a period of service for this appointment?
I'm going to look it up right now.
Todd Keating has his hand raised, Madam Chair.
All right, great. And we've got Valerie looking into this as well. Todd?
If I may.
Mr. Keating, Chief Keating, I should say.
Cesar Lara's appointment was for the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, not the Restorative Justice.
Oh, got it. I'm getting them confused then. Thank you for that clarification.
Great. And we have maybe some more information from Valerie Ralph. Okay, does that answer your question, Supervisor?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Okay. All right. So we'll take a roll call vote then.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Next up is our consent calendar, items number 19 through 57. Is there any public comment on our consent calendar today? Actually, I'll start with, are there any items that the board would like to pull from consent for discussion or comment? Supervisor Adams?
I want to pull for comment 24 and 41 and 47 for comment.
For comment? Okay.
Yes.
Would you like to make those comments now?
Yes. Yes. So 24 is setting a public hearing to consider the amendment to the United Franchise Agreement between the County of Monterey and Waste Management, doing business as Waste of California and Carmel Marina Corporation. I simply want to pull this to alert the residents of District 5 of the rate increase that's going to be heard later in December. I just wanted to be people to ensure that they're aware of what was going to be coming. And then 41 is the property tax transfer for the proposed Mission Linen reorganization. And I wanted to pull that because I just want to say that this property has a whole lot of water credits, and I hope that those water credits get utilized for affordable housing on this site. 47 is to leverage a state grant for the bookmobile. And I simply want to congratulate the library director for finally being able to make use of these cannabis funds that were assigned to them a few years back. I feel like this is exactly how we should be using cannabis funds to buy a bookmobile that's going to be used to benefit people throughout the northern part of our county particularly. But I just want to say congratulations to her for that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other items to pull, Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I have two for comment and one for a question, but on 47 on the North County bookmobile, that's critical. The one we've had is down and out, and this is really critical. We're using a little van now. 57 is the Blackie Road extension, and if we get that's going to be important if we ever get there, if we get to Castroville interchange, and then instead of all those trucks from the industrial center and from Ocean Mist and Sea Mist going through the town of Castroville, they can come directly out and get on 156 on it. So that was critical. And on 44, I didn't quite understand how we got where we are. And I put completely in support of Joe's Cafe, but there was the quick termination of the PFD management company. I wonder if someone could address that for us.
Madam Chair, I think I see Deborah Wilson on, Contracts Purchasing Manager.
Yes. Good morning, supervisors.
Good morning.
Yes, we have a situation that we discovered with PFD management that let us know we needed to exercise our right to terminate the agreement without cause. And at the same time, going out to bid to secure services. In the meantime, we have another Zago management that agreed to take care of the services while we're going through that solicitation process.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. Any items to pull, Supervisor Lopez?
Just a brief comment on 56. I just want to appreciate the work from Monterey County Public Works and all folks involved in this. It's been a really rough year on Fairview up on River Road. Last year we had a complete loss of 2 major culverts, and I know that they have done a lot of work to prepare for this rainy season with the neighbors, getting alternative routes through that region to make sure that we got through harvest and now hopefully to get us through this rainy season without incident. But I appreciate all the work that staff has put in to get us to this point, and we know that there's some major projects in the near future which this item gets to. So thank you to staff for getting us to this point with your diligence and without any major issues. It's greatly appreciated.
Excellent. And Supervisor Alejo, any items you wanted to pull for comment or question?
No, ma'am.
All right. I just wanted to briefly comment on item number 27, which is $800,000 one-time funding agreement to Monterey County Office of Education. This is part of our ARPA funds that we're using to support early childhood development and childcare, which I know is one of the most critical issues that we have in the community to get people back to work, ensuring that we have affordable quality childcare. So thank you for the partnership, MCOE. And then item number 34 is an amendment to our emergency rental assistance contract with United Way for Monterey County, incorporating some additional dollars into that rental and utility assistance program. So again, just ensuring that anyone in the community who is behind on their rent or behind on their utility payments, please reach out to 211 so that we can get you connected to some of these resources that are available right now, which is a critical part of our economic recovery. And thank you to United Way for helping the county get those funds distributed. All right, we'll go to public comment now for any additional public comment on our consent calendar. We have one hand raised online with a phone number ending in 902. You'll need to press *6 to unmute, and we've got 1:30 on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty, and I have a comment on item number 48, which is the sale of tax defaulted properties. I'm in this, especially in this economic situation that our county is in, I'm concerned if there are any of these properties that are homes of, and that through a myriad reasons that people are unable to pay their taxes and are in arrears. So I would hope that the county, if these are primary residences for individuals, particularly for older individuals and low-income individuals, that those properties are pulled off and that some of the arrangements are made with those people so that they can stay in their homes. We don't need more homelessness in the county. So I hope that the county will take a very strong position and figure out some other way for individuals that have fallen behind, that for some reason cannot pay their property taxes, to come flush, so that they're not under this sword of becoming homeless. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Nina. Next up, we have Rob. Rob, thank you for joining us. And Rob, we'll need you to unmute your microphone so that we can hear your comments. All right, we have public comment. We're calling for Rob Maston. Rob Maston, you have your hand raised and you're up next. All right, we're not getting Rob Maston for public comment. Is there any other public comment?
I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Oh, okay, no worries. Well, we're glad you're with us today. All right, we'll close public comment. And I believe Supervisor Adams had one additional comment on item number 39.
Yeah, thanks so much. I do want to comment on this one. I'm sorry that I missed it beforehand. And this item has to do with the backdated contracts, essentially, for the development set-aside programs. And it troubles me a lot because these contracts were set to take place July 1. And having worked my whole career in the not-for-profit sector, I can tell you how difficult it is for nonprofit directors to try to make do when you're waiting for the money to come in. And for us to have to wait for 5 months for the nonprofits that we care about to get their funding, I think is just really a slap in the face for all of the work that so many of these organizations are doing, especially during COVID time. I have talked to the budget director about why this happened, and I was unsatisfied with the answer, quite frankly. I'm glad that we're going through them now. Someone said to me, well, they didn't complain, but the truth of the matter is, having been in this position, you don't complain or you don't bite the hand that feeds you. And I can tell you that I am very disappointed in the lack of attention that was given to this. This happened long before our new economic development director came on board. It was not under his purview at that time. This goes back to July, and we knew that we'd approved these months and months before then. So I simply want to express my apology to the set-aside agencies that did not receive their funding on time. And next year, as it comes through the budget, I'm going to make every effort that I can to ensure that you get your money when you deserve to get your money, which is as soon as the contract is signed. So thank you very much for letting me make those comments.
Thank you. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Consent calendar carries. Next up is item number 8, our general public comments. So this is for public comment on anything not on today's scheduled agenda. We will start with anyone in the room, in the chambers.
Good morning. My name is Eric Peterson, and I'd just like to follow up for a moment on the veterans presentation at the last meeting, which I very much appreciated, especially since Salinas City Council did nothing. As I was leaving, I had a thought, and I'll throw this out now because I'm not going to be the one who's able to act on it. As I've said up here, I was lucky when I was in the Army. Nobody shot at me, anything like that. And I really appreciate those veterans who were shot at for one reason or another, in particular, World War II veterans. And we don't have very many left. I know we've got a couple in Marina. I know there's at least one in Salinas, but it would be really nice if next year we could focus on the World War II vets, because they're not going to be around. If you're a World War II veteran now, you're well into your 90s. And I'm thinking about one individual in particular, and I don't know this guy's name. I do know he goes to a 7-Eleven in Marina, but I haven't been there for a while, so I haven't run into him. He was in the 442nd Combat Infantry Regiment, and anybody familiar with the 442nd, it was the most decorated in World War II, and I think the most decorated in American history, and as well as being one of the most cut up units because they were sent into all sorts of bad things. This is a unit recruited out of the concentration camps that existed at the time. It was Americans of Japanese descent, and they went out and proved how patriotic they were. And if we could find that guy and honor him, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Eric. Anyone else in chambers for public comment? Otherwise, we'll move on to our Zoom participants with a phone number ending in 902. And you'll just need to press *6 to unmute.
This is Nina Beatty. First of all, I was surprised to see that November, which is Native American History Month, has not been recognized by the Board of Supervisors. We've had other groups and events certainly recognized, but November is now over halfway over. So I would hope that a resolution could come before the end of the month to recognize the incredible contributions and the history of Native American tribes in this area and their contributions to American history after it became the United States of America. Secondly, I wanted to again alert the public and the board to the smart meters that are on every building and home unless people have opted out. These wireless electronic meters have many health and environmental problems and have overbilling and accuracy problems as well. They also have electrical and fire hazards for several reasons, especially since they do not have a direct connection to ground and do not have adequate surge protection. Smart meters have caught fire, exploded, damaged electrical wiring and electronics, caused building fires, and killed people and their pets. There's more information available on smartmeterharm.org, stopsmartmeters.org, and Physicians for Safe Technology. Opt-outs are easily available. They are $75 initially and $10 a month for 3 years only, and then the fees stop. And for Care and Farah customers, they are $10 initially and $5 a month for only 3 years. This is cheap fire and health insurance. Call PG&E, or better yet, you can opt out by internet, which is easier. Customers do not have to provide any reason
We're out of
for why they're
time.
opting out.
Appreciate your comments, and thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have Diana Mendoza.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can. Thank you for joining us, Diana.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Diana Mendoza. I'm from Soledad, and I am in my second year at Hartnell College as a psychology major, meaning I am currently in the process of transferring. First and foremost, on behalf of students like myself that found and continue to find academic opportunities in SVP, I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for supporting the Salinas Valley Promise at Hartnell College. 2 years ago, I was a high school senior who, for one, was in the middle of a pandemic, and two, was trying to decide where to go to college. Admittedly, I didn't really know about the college system, which for a first-generation student is very nerve-wracking. That is when I was introduced to the Salinas Valley Promise and consequently decided to go to Hartnell College. Now that I am less than 2 semesters away from transferring, I can confidently say that even through a pandemic, the Salinas Valley Promise made my transition to higher education seamless. But that is not where the SVP Promise program stopped in supporting students like myself. Through the CARES Act grant, I was able to receive additional financial support that proved to be vital in my academic success. I would not only be considering transferring to, but actually seeing myself going to colleges such as UC Davis and San Jose State if it weren't for the Salinas Valley Promise. Ultimately, the Promise is an investment in our community because even though SVP students can and will go far and wide in pursuing a higher education, a majority will come back to serve their community. I know I will. With that, I'd like to urge Monterey County to continue to support the Salinas Valley Promise program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us today, Diana. I don't see any other hands raised or anyone in the audience for public comment. So, okay, we have one more. Ellie?
Hi, yes, thank you. I'd like to agree with the previous speaker and ask you to recognize the history and power of Indigenous people of this land. I'm mostly calling in about an eviction notice for tomorrow at Pajaro River, and I'd like y'all to stop these cleanups and evictions of our unhoused neighbors and spending money and displacing them and instead invest in our community instead. It's disappointing to see these eviction notices, especially with how cold it is outside, and our priority right now should be helping them stay warm. The shelters are full and there is nowhere to go, and our unhoused residents at Pajaro River need solidarity and support. I ask you respect their basic needs. It's called a cleanup, but you typically leave the area worse than how you found it. It's displacement, it's putting property over people. So I ask for compassion and for you to put community first instead. I ask you stop these cleanups and allow our unhoused neighbors to set up and prepare for the winter instead. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for your comments today, Ellie. With that, I'm going to close public comment and we will move on to our 10:30 a.m. scheduled matters, starting with item number 9, to receive a presentation on Santa Cruz County Master Permit for Environmental Enhancement Projects. And I believe we have Eric Lundquist, Director of HCD, John Dugan, Management Specialist, and Kelly Camara of Camara Environmental Consulting with us today for this presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Askew, members of the board, staff, and the public. I'm Eric Lundquist, Director of Housing and Community Development. As the board knows, the Housing and Community Development Department is responsible for establishing and implementing land use development and protection of natural resources. Currently, the County Housing and Community Development Department reviews and considers resource conservation and environmental enhancement projects on an individual and ongoing basis. The necessary environmental review is conducted for each project upon submittal of the application for the applicable land use entitlement, which may be a use permit or construction permit, i.e. grading permit. These are in queue with our other development projects. The Resource Conservation District of Monterey County received the Clean Water Act 319H grant from the State Water Resources Control Board in the spring of 2019 to establish 3 farm runoff water quality treatment projects and to conduct a permit streamlining effort with the county to reduce permit delays and costs. The department, Resource Conservation Management for Monterey County, and its partner agencies, which include USDA, Natural Resources Conservation Service, Salinas Service Center, Central Coast Wetlands Group, California Marine Sanctuary Foundation, Elkhorn Slough Foundation, and the Big Sur Land Trust, whom are here in the audience today and may speak during public comment, have been meeting periodically to discuss protocols and methods for streamlining land conservation and restoration projects through the county's existing land use regulations. During this work, it came to light that the County of Santa Cruz has a master permit for environmental projects, which they call the master permit, provides beneficial model for streamlining projects. we're always looking for streamlining, not only in the development of projects, but also in environmental conservation projects. As a result, we've invited Kelly Camara, Camara Environmental Consulting, who's very familiar with the Santa Cruz Master Permit project, to give a brief presentation. So at the board's pleasure, I'd ask Kelly to walk us through Santa Cruz Master Permit program.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for board for having me here today. Eric, just a logistical question. Will you do the PowerPoint presentation on your end?
I can do that for you.
Okay, I'll just say next.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Great. Well, as Eric mentioned, I'm Kelly Camara. I was involved in creating the Santa Cruz Countywide Partners in Restoration Permit Coordination Program in the early 2000s and have been the lead in seeing it to implementation over the past 16 years. The Santa Cruz County-wide Partners in Restoration Permit Coordination Program has been critical to the RCD in Santa Cruz, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, our project partners, landowners, and our county, state, and federal partners in facilitating conservation. Next. Our program in Santa Cruz was based on the Elkhorn Slough model developed by the Natural Resources Conservation Service and Sustainable Conservation, and that program functioned between 1998 and 2003. Next. During this 5-year period, 37 projects were implemented on farms. More than 57,000 tons of sediment was saved from entering the National Marine Sanctuary and our streams. More than 2 miles of stream bank and channel were restored or revegetated, and 18 sediment basins were constructed. Why was this program so successful? There are a lot of reasons for a landowner not to implement a voluntary conservation project. Uncertainty, time and cost, complex regulatory review, and mistrust of government, to name a few. Our goal through the permit coordination program is to ameliorate the disincentives. Even the most well-intentioned landowner has lost interest and enthusiasm due to permitting challenges and delays. In the early 2000s, we recognized that landowners faced a daunting regulatory environment. As you know, restoration projects that restore degraded waterways and habitats and recover our endemic species require the same level of regulatory review as development projects. Looking to the Elkhorn model, we developed a countywide program to facilitate projects that weren't getting done to address resource issues. Next. Looking at this challenge from the perspective of a landowner interested in restoring their stream bank, they may need permits from up to 7 local, state, and federal agencies. The first thing the permit coordination program does, next, is replaces landowner with ourselves. On behalf of the landowner, the Resource Conservation District and the Natural Resource Conservation Service interact with the agencies. Next. The next piece of the program is that instead of seeking individual permits on a project by project basis, as you can see here in this diagram, next, the agencies issue permits 5 to 10 years for a program. With the exception of California Department of Fish and Game, each agency has issued a 5 or 10-year permit to cover a suite of agreed upon conservation actions. Next. Focusing on our discussion today, all projects under the Santa Cruz County program comply with CEQA via a programmatic initial study mitigated negative declaration. For the County and Coastal Commission, the county, as Eric mentioned, has issued a master permit. Next. The master permit includes compliance with Coastal Commission coastal zone regulations and all other ordinances for the county listed here. The program is consistent with the county general plan and the local coastal program. The program does not bypass any ordinances or regulations. Next. The program is successful because it uses a standardized conservation planning process for every project. This provides for consistent evaluation of resource impairments and practices to address them. The practices that are defined for the program have size limitations and are fully reviewed and permitted by the agencies up front. All projects have a net environmental impact, and the practices installed under the program are further conditioned and restricted to minimize potential adverse impacts. Next. With the permit coordination program, rather than seeing the permitting obstacles, landowners and us can focus on the resource gains of their conservation efforts. In the 16 years of the program, we have implemented more than 100 projects, saved 90,000 tons of sediments from entering our streams and waterways, improved 30 miles of stream habitat for salmonids and other species, and restored 165 acres of upland, riparian, and wetland habitat. We have achieved these accomplishments with the same practices being proposed here for your consideration in adapting the program we have in Santa Cruz to meet the needs of Monterey County. Next. These type of projects include fish passage barrier removals and replacing them with culverts or other structures that allow unimpeded access to upstream habitat. Next. Removing invasive species and restoring it with native vegetation. Next. Restoring our stream banks to keep sediment out of our sensitive waterways. Next. Enhancing degraded wetlands. Next. And finally, implementing sediment basins on farms to keep sediment out of our waterways. Next. With the Cutting the Green Tape initiative to facilitate state and federal permits for conservation, development of a permit coordination program at the local level in Monterey County will complement the efforts of California's Natural Resources Agency to increase the pace and scale of ecological restoration and stewardship. The Cutting the Green Tape initiative is focused on improving interagency coordination, partnerships, and agency processes and policies to allow stewardship to occur more quickly, simply, and cost effectively. And partnered with this local approach will streamline restoration while ensuring compliance with all regulations and ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. As you can tell, this is an exciting program. HCD appreciates the efforts that Kelly's put into explaining Santa Cruz master permit process. County of Monterey staff believes that such a program would be beneficial in streamlining these environmental conservation projects as well. It is consistent with the county's general plan as well as the local coastal program. It also provides a great opportunity to collaborate with our sister state and federal agencies. As a result, we are here to seek the board's input on such a program. Should the board desire such a program, we will prepare the proper environmental documentation pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and bring that program together with the environmental document back to the board for review and concurrence. As attachment B, there are a set of sample projects that staff would also like some input on should the board desire to have such a project. These are modeled off of the Santa Cruz program with some subtle refinements based on our local knowledge. So with that, staff thanks you for the opportunity to present this, and we welcome your input.
Great. Thank you, Eric, for bringing this forward. And thank you, Kelly, for the detailed and very clear presentation. I have a dear friend that works over at the Santa Cruz RCD, and I hear about a lot of the projects that you work on and the ways in which you're able to partner with landowners to really achieve shared benefit for the property owners, as well as the larger interests of the county and the community. So thank you for the presentation today. Are there any questions from my colleagues on the board? Supervisor Adams?
I don't have questions, but I do have comments if those are appropriate this time. Thank you, Eric, so much for bringing this forward and having Kelly do the presentation for us. It's always good to see multiple agencies coming together to identify ways to do important work better. I think that time benefit ratio is something that we should be reviewing at all times. And I really very much appreciate your leadership in doing this. I think while often good intentioned, it's unfortunate that many projects that are meant to prevent environmental degradation actually and improve habitat sometimes get hamstrung by having to get so many permits from the numerous agencies. And this report, this project is certainly one that addresses that. I really support moving forward with this collaboration. It will provide incentives for private landowners. It'll support environmental organizations to do their good work on the ground and make it more straightforward for the county to be able to facilitate projects. It's also my understanding that the Santa Cruz RCD has provided other good model practices for other RCDs to follow. So it makes good sense to me for us to be able to build off their good work. And I appreciate that our local organizations have made some suggestions on modifications to be more tailored to Monterey County. So again, I so appreciate your bringing Kelly over for this presentation, Eric, and I support staff's recommendation as outlined in the report. And when it's appropriate, I would like to make the motion to approve and
Supervisor
provide
Phillips?
direction.
Thank you.
I concur completely, especially out in my area where we're doing so much with the Elkhorn Slough and others that it just makes complete sense if you can coordinate it, especially when these agencies are trying to enhance and protect the environment to let them get out from under the all the agencies that have to come together. None of us realize until we get this job how many agencies have to come together to approve anything that you do. We were trying to keep a major problem there, and we ran into a hurdle. Because we were using sandbags, the same sand that came out of the area of the Elkhorn Slough, but we were using sandbags, and they said, well, that's a contaminant, and we ran into a hurdle on doing that. So I commend Eric for moving this forward, and I think it's a great example of what we should be doing.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comment or questions from my colleagues? Nope. Okay, we'll go to public comment then. For any public comment on this item, we'll start with Paul Robbins. Thank you for joining us today, Paul.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for taking this into consideration. I'm not going to belabor the point. The main thing is just to say that I'm here available for any questions you have. I and the other conservation organizations, the Elkhorn Slough Foundation, Big Sur Land Trust, Central Coast Wetlands Group, and the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation have all reached out to your various offices and been in communication with you and your staff about this. So we appreciate your support. This is very common sense. We appreciate the engagement of staff and the collaborative nature of how we've been able to work together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, for joining us for this presentation. Next up, I think it's Nina Beatty at the phone number ending in 902. And Nina, you'll need to press *6. It looks like we've got you. For public comment, phone number ending in.
Am I
thank
unmuted?
You're good. Yep,
Am
we've
I
got you. Thanks, Nina.
Okay, great. I think that this has to be more nuanced. I think there are certainly situations, the stream bed restoration, where this absolutely makes sense. But there are other situations where it ventures into the territory of so-called native plants or restoration, where there needs to be a more careful approach involving independent experts. I've been personally involved in dealing with projects where some of the groups even involved in promoting this agenda item have engaged in what I found to be anti-science and ideologically based projects that were masquerading as environmental and conservation projects. The Elkhorn Slough area, though there has been very positive gains as far as reducing sediment and restoring watershed, there's also been incredible damage from these projects due to killing trees. Nativism is now being criticized as not scientific even by the mainstream, which is amazing. And not acknowledging beneficial ecosystems is horrendous. The eucalyptus trees provide such incredible habitat, and to demonize them, as so many other people have been demonized in our society by often individuals that aren't even native themselves to this area. I mean, I really question how any of us who come from Europe or any other countries can criticize plants that give so much benefit. There's been no recognition of the oxygen that's contributed by these trees, by the winter habitat, by the fire breaks that they create, as was found in the Oakland fires. So I hope that the county would take a more nuanced approach and their obvious common sense. Of course, these should be streamlined. Some of these permits for sediment reduction and
Nina, I'm sorry
streambed,
to interrupt,
removal.
but our timer isn't working, so we are out of time. But thank you for your comments and thank you for joining us again for this discussion today. All right, I don't see any other public comments, so we'll bring it back to the board. Any other comments from Supervisor Lopez Arlejo? No? Right, then I think I heard Supervisor Adams ask to lead a
Yes.
motion.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to develop an environmental enhancement project permit streamlining program for Monterey County and continue to work with the Resource Conservation District of Monterey County and others to draft the program and prepare the appropriate environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips, and we will take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Eric, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation. And thank you, everyone else who has been a part of the conversations thus far. I do want to also just give a shout out to, I know this was something that Supervisor Parker had been very interested in and pursued in her term. And I'm so pleased to see it continuing forward now. So with that, the motion carries and we'll look forward to getting an update.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have item number 10, which is to receive the notice of adjustment of the annual salary of the members of the Board of Supervisors in accordance with section 2.04.370C of the Monterey County Code, consistent with the Superior Court Judge salary adjustments. I think we have Irma Ramirez Bao, Director of Human Resources. Oh, she's all ready to go. All right, thank you.
Yes, and well said, Chair Askew. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. CAO Charles McKee and Les Gerard, our county counsel. So I'm here this morning to share with you that you are receiving an increase and just to give you notice that this is an annual salary that is provided to you by the judicial salary of the county or the state of California. You will receive an increase of 4.3% retroactively to July 1st of this past year. And this will be implemented effective November 27th. Okay. Any questions?
No? Supervisor Phillips.
You're not going to tell my wife about this, are you?
No, I will not.
All right. Is there any public comment on this item? We have a phone number ending in 902. I believe that's Nina Beatty. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I have a question because it was not in the materials. How much do the supervisors presently earn and how much will this increase make as far as base salaries?
I do not have that information right here in front of me. So I will take note of your number and can give you a call back. Is that the appropriate way to respond?
Well, that
Yes.
seems to be an important question before making a decision such as this, especially the economic situation of people in the county. They would probably like to know this information before it's agreed to.
So the board is not taking action on this. And so I'm going to defer to our county administrative officer.
All right, Nina, was that did you have any other, I wanted to make sure you had your full minute 30 for public comment. Did you have any other comment to make?
No, I just that I wanted this information on the record as far as, and because I didn't see it in the materials.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the comment. And I'll pass it over to CAO Charles McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To concur with what Ms. Ramirez-Bao said, just for public information, all the salaries, including the Board of Supervisor salaries, are all found on the county's website under the Human Resources website tab, and you can find all the salary information for any employee of the county, all categorized there. And in addition, what Ms. Ramirez-Bao mentioned is there's no decision today by the board. This is merely a notification, and it's done pursuant to an ordinance that sets in place the alignment of county supervisor salaries with salaries of the judges of the Superior Court.
All right. right, thank you for the presentation, Irma. It doesn't sound like there's any action necessary for this board, so we will receive the report and recess to closed session for lunch. We will be reconvening back here at 1:30 for a special workshop on the Lead Me Home Plan update, 5-year plan to reduce homelessness in Monterey and San Benito counties. We welcome everyone to join us for that, and we'll be back here at 1:30, recessing to closed session. Thank you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I think we're going to go ahead and get started for the afternoon. It is Tuesday, November 16th, 2021 at 1:39. We're reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference and Supervisors Askew, Phillips, and Adams and Lopez appearing in person.
Great, thank you. We do have Spanish interpretation available here in chambers as well as on Zoom. And I'd like to welcome Diego Cielos, our interpreter in chambers, to make that announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hola, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré el intérprete español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte como para que yo le escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones y por favor no interrumpa mientras estoy hablando. Gracias.
Wonderful, thank you so much. For anyone who's watching us live on Facebook or live on YouTube, you are also welcome to join us on Zoom at webinar ID number 224-397-747. Our first afternoon item today is to receive a presentation from Roxanne Wilson, the Executive Director of the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, on the 5-year update to the Lead Me Home Plan for Monterey and San Benito counties. And to engage in we've got about 2 hours dedicated for a conversation and workshop on homelessness and strategies being put into place to respond. So I would like to introduce Nick Chulos and Roxanne Wilson to give us a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Askew, and good afternoon, board members. Homelessness and addressing homelessness in Monterey County is a critical issue. It's not only a critical issue for the County of Monterey as a governmental entity, but it's really a critical issue for our entire community, cities, counties, all residents of our area. Today is part one of what will be a several meeting series to discuss homeless issues and how to address those best in our area. We're starting off today with a presentation, as you indicated, from Roxanne Wilson, the Executive Director of the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. And if, Madam Chair, if you will, I'll go through quickly the agenda for this afternoon, the sort of the sub-agenda. So we would obviously ask you to make some introductory comments. We would like Supervisor Alejo to introduce the 5-year plan in his role as the chair of the Leadership Council. Then Roxanne Wilson will give a presentation of the Lead Me Home Plan, the 5-year plan to mitigate homelessness. And we're very pleased to have Senator John Laird with us this afternoon. Senator Laird is going to make some comments to the board. And then we would invite 3 critical county department heads to make brief presentations on the role of their departments in implementing the 5-year plan. First would be Eric Lundquist, our Director of Housing Community Development. Second would be Lori Medina, the Director of Social Services. And then third, Elsa Jimenez, the Health Director. Then we would suggest that you open this for public comment. And then we would suggest that you have board member comments and then closing remarks and next steps. And when I indicated this is part of a several series of meetings, we intend to have a larger and more integrated in terms of inviting other participants to a workshop probably in March, roughly, of 2022. As we indicated in the staff report, we had intended to get something like that scheduled before then, but we were unable to do that. So we wanted to start today with a critical component of that, which is the 5-year plan. So, Madam Chair, at that, I'll turn it back to you for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll start with some remarks from me and then move on to, okay, perfect. And I just want to say thank you to Roxanne Wilson. Thank you to, we have with us today, I think I see Senator John Laird out there in the audience, hidden behind a screen. Hello, thank you so much for joining us. Coming onto the board this year, the issue of homelessness was something that definitely rose to the top of my priorities. The need for affordable housing, the recognition that we have some of the highest rates of student homelessness in Monterey County than what you would find anywhere else in our region, to me tells me that there are so many more families beyond those that our homeless census picks up on who are living on the brink of unsheltered housing conditions, and that the need for our community to do more to acknowledge the crisis that exists for those who are currently unsheltered and those who are so close to having one more thing fall apart where they will end up unsheltered. So early on, the opportunity to host an initial joint meeting with the city of Salinas and begin to have some conversations about the role that the county plays, the role that the cities play. We were able to, I think, make some good progress earlier in the year. One of the directions that this board and the city council gave was to engage in a regional workshop summit where we can invite all of our city leadership to come together to learn what the needs are and what the opportunities are. So having that happen in March, a little bit later than what I had hoped for, but we're moving forward. And this is one more step in that process. The 5-year plan to update our 10-year Lead Me Home plan to end homelessness. So I will pass the microphone over to Supervisor Luis Alejo, just having stated that this is a priority, personal priority that I have and a priority that I know my colleagues on the board share. Supervisor Alejo represents us on the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers Leadership Council, and he's been a strong advocate and ally for additional shelter bed development in Monterey County and coordinated services. So Supervisor Alejo, I'll pass the microphone over to you and let you take the lead for the remainder of this workshop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you helping bring this discussion forward. We know that when we do a 5-year plan, it's never the intent that that plan sit on a shelf anywhere, that it actually be a living document that is well known by local leaders, policymakers, and local residents, and that we actually put that plan into action and realize goals over the next 5 years. All of us know that California is facing a major homelessness crisis. In fact, the bulk of homeless residents in our nation reside in California, over 150,000 residents. And who we think of as being homeless is not just those that we see living out in unorganized encampments. They are seniors, they are single mothers, they are children of all ages. And that is certainly the reality here in Monterey County. I am the co-chair of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council. I'm a co-chair with Cesar Flores, the vice mayor of the city of San Juan Bautista, because our continuum of care that gets separate money from the state is organized that way, but it covers both Monterey and San Benito County. In our Lead Me Home Leadership Council, that is the governing body for our continuum of care, we have numerous elected officials, nonprofits, and agency representatives as well, and it is administered by the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. I just want to say that we have made major progress just on our board from where we were 4 years ago. When I became chair, passed that responsibility by now Supervisor Chris Lopez, who was the chief of staff for Simon Salinas. We had very little participation and very little attendance in our meetings. There was very little resources to do anything, even if we had great ideas. But that has dramatically changed over the last 4 years. Today, we have more active participation by elected officials, and we've expanded our board. But we have, usually when we were in person, we had packed meetings, and now they are done virtually. But we also have a record amount of funding that is coming to the continuum of care that we never had before. And with that, we were able to realize projects, but also expand critical services in our community. And we know that solving homelessness can't be done all overnight, but we wanted to really focus on some real goals that we could show the community that we've achieved some benchmarks and milestones, and we've done that. Where we didn't once have a shelter in Seaside, we have one today. We have the new Share Center also in Salinas, the expanded Sprung Shelter in Chinatown, and our first Project Homekey project in Monterey County was also in Salinas, which is at the Good Night Inn. But we have much more work to do. But I think the most important thing is that we have an increase in political will and collaboration and really taking a regional approach that we didn't have before. So we, I think, are on a good place now to be able to do more and actually carry out the goals that are laid out in this 5-year plan. And I think this 5-year plan is aimed to be achievable. to not have lofty goals that are really hard to do, but really looking at what could we realistically do in the next 1 to 5 years, and really show the public that we've achieved the goals in this plan. So that is the goal, and I know Roxanne will explain it. The other part of having today's meeting was just to having more public awareness, educating the public what's in this 5-year plan. And I know that MBEP, the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, has agreed to hold the regional summit that will not only include Monterey County, but also San Benito and Santa Cruz County in the spring. And Roxanne has been active in coordinating with them to do that in just a few months. The only other 2 points I want to bring up is that I hope, outside of all the goals laid out in this plan, that us as a board, working in collaboration with other cities and our other partners, that we could really focus our time and our limited resources to really realizing some other key projects, especially the permanent supportive housing that is needed to get people off the street, but with the support they need to stay housed. That is the key to ending homelessness in Monterey County. So we don't have enough beds. Rent is expensive in our county, but these projects could be done more cheaply and more quickly to provide those kind of units to our local residents. There also is talk about. So I want to say that there's potential 5 projects that are being planned in the pipeline. Some in Salinas, some in South County. And there's also a discussion about perhaps a smaller scale shelter in South County that's also laid out in this plan. I want to say this is doing God's work. This hasn't been easy. Many of us, including the late Mayor Joe Gunter and former council member Scott Davis, just in Salinas alone, not to mention other parts of the county, when you have these conversations, they are difficult ones. And sometimes getting yelled at and screamed at public meetings because of concerns the community has. But our job as policymakers is to show the public that with these resources the state is providing for us, and I want to really thank the governor and our state legislators, including Senator Laird, for giving us those resources, because then we're able to carry out projects, manage them right, and show the public that we can serve our most vulnerable in a way that addresses their concerns as well. So we always have to be strategic and maintain that public support and really show the public that we can do this right in Monterey County. And lastly, I also want to thank Roxanne Wilson because this is not an easy job, and also our Department of Social Services, Lori Medina, Lawrence Suansupa, Glorieta Roland, and the many other partners who have really worked with us, and also the city of Seaside and the city of Salinas, Megan Hunter especially. They've all people who are willing to step up, and this is hard work, giving short timelines, and really requires a lot of collaboration. So I want to thank all our team for finishing this plan, but now is a hard work ahead to make sure that we can realize everything laid out in it. And with that, I'll pass it, I believe, to Roxanne.
Thank you
Supervisor
so much.
Alejo. And Roxanne, just I want to do a quick time check. I know we have a number of our state and federal representatives. We have Assemblymember representatives from Assemblymember Mark Stone's office, Assemblymember Rob Rivas's office. We have staff from Senator Caballero's office. We have Senator John Laird here in person. And I just wanted to give Senator Laird, who I think is on a tight timeline today, a time check to see if you'd like to jump in now before we do the full presentation.
How long is Roxanne?
Roxanne, how much time do you need for your presentation?
I think maybe 20 minutes.
Right after her.
Okay, we'll have John Laird jump in right as soon as you're done then, Roxanne. And I also just want to give a shout out and a thank you. We also have Mayor Velasquez, Mayor Bill Peak, Mayor Mike Labar with us today, as well as a number of city council members and San Benito Supervisor Colin Kosmicki. So thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to a vibrant discussion, but we'll pass it back to you, Roxanne. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, supervisors, for inviting us here today to discuss the 5-year plan. I just realized someone came into our office, so I apologize if you hear noise. But yeah, this plan has been, we started back in July of 2021. It was right after I was chaired as the coalition executive officer. And it was right in the middle of a pandemic. So it was an interesting time for all of our partners. I just want to thank all of the partners that continue to show up. I do realize that it was taxing for every single one of you. So we did it though, and I'm proud that we have a final product and we're able to present it here today. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Give me a second. Okay, so just going over the reviewing the plan in general, we had set some goals initially, and we wanted to obviously revisit the 10-year plan that was released about 10 years ago. And we wanted to make sure that it was informed by local data. This is something that was very different than the original 10-year plan. We had several years of data that we have been collecting. So we wanted to make sure that we were using our local information to drive the decisions of the plan. We wanted to make sure that we brought in all of the stakeholders and people with lived expertise. So we had, I think, 6 public input sessions, and each one of those input sessions had anywhere between 60 to 100 visitors. And we also wanted to make sure that the plan was aligned with best practices, local and national best practices.
No, but you can have it.
Okay.
Back in March of last year, the coalition was authorized by the Leadership Council for us to go ahead and start seeking out a consultant to help us, move this process forward. And we had engaged with a national firm called Focus Strategies. Focus Strategies worked with the County of Monterey Department of Social Services, the County of Monterey Health Department, San Benito County Health and Human Services, the City of Salinas, and one honorable mention is the County of Monterey.
I'm going to move us from.
I know you should do it.
I think our microphone is on.
Nick, and I think your mic is on, so it's interrupting the presentation. Thank you.
An honorable mention is the County of Monterey's housing program manager, or former housing program manager, Anastasia Wyatt, was also at the table with us. And again, we wanted to make sure that we sought feedback from all of the community stakeholders. That was very important, that we made sure that their voices were lifted up throughout the entire process. Leading up into the development of the plan, the coalition and the Leadership Council had released a series of reports. We did a preliminary system assessment. We did a performance analysis, looking at each one of our organizations and programs and how were they performing. We did some predictive modeling, a housing market gaps analysis, which floored us. And also like I mentioned, several community input sessions and community surveys. And with that, we took all of that information and put it into the plan, or incorporated the findings into the plan, excuse me. Again, I just wanted to say that it was important that we were embedding this plan with dignity and respect, remembering that we are talking about real human beings, not numbers, although numbers do matter when it comes down to us figuring out if we're performing. Each individual person has their own story, and their story is different from the person next to them. So we wanted to make sure that we were really focusing on that component. Again, we wanted to lift up the voices of people with lived experience. We wanted to make sure that the plan was housing focused. The end game is to get people off of the streets and into housing. So every single thing that we had put inside of this plan, we knew that the end game was to position people in and prepare them for housing. Again, going back to data is important. I was told that data is the new oil, which I actually truly believe. We wanted to make sure it was coordinated, and we were bringing a lot of collaboration to the table. We know that we cannot do this by ourselves. We need all of our partners, all of the stakeholders to lean in, and we wanted to make sure that it was equitable. And we paid attention to racial disparities. We analyzed a lot of things before this plan was put out. So just going over the goals and the strategies, we believe, or our goal is that we reduce homelessness by 50% over the next 5 years. And I know that sounds very ambitious, and it really is, and you'll see exactly what it's going to take for us to get there. But as Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Askew has spoken about many times, there's a lot of money coming down from the state, and we were aware of the funding when we had written this plan. So we were incorporating that thought that there's going to be, jurisdictions and the continuum pursuing this funding. So just looking at the numbers, I'm sure in Monterey County, we saw this number 1,000 times. 2,422 people were counted in 2019. So we did not count in 2021 because the count has to take place the last 10 days of January. That's a HUD mandate. And if you guys could remember what January of 2021 looked like, it was very scary, right? It was probably the peak of the pandemic. Our shelters were getting shut down regularly because of outbreaks. It was a crazy time. So thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for leading us into the decision of canceling the point in time count, even though we knew that there was going to be issues surrounding that, because in 2019, we showed a significant decrease in homelessness. Well, that can't, is that true? Because, you know, we're looking outside and it doesn't look like there's an actual decrease. And we can talk a lot about things that happened in the 2019 point in time count. But one thing we knew for sure is that we were in the middle of a really bad storm. So I think there's a lot of assumptions that that number is fairly low and fairly inaccurate. So because of that, in year 2022, we had anticipated a fairly large increase. So the coalition and the continuum of care is looking at innovative ways for us to do the count this year, or this year that's coming up. We're going to be doing it digitally. We've been working with encampment leadership to get a better understanding of how many people we can expect inside of encampments. And we've also been using geolocation software for us to track over time how encampments are moving and approximately how many people are identified inside of those encampments. Again, we're anticipating an increase. And in order for us to hit that 50% mark, that means that by year 5, in Monterey County, we would be looking at 1,162 people remaining. So, as I mentioned, we were looking at how we were performing, and the baseline year of 1920, it looks like 78% of people who are living in emergency, or I'm sorry, not living, but staying in emergency shelters were literally homeless. And for transitional housing, it was 66%, and for rapid rehousing, it was 73%. So some of that, I will say, is probably linked to some bad data entry, but we would assume that that's probably fair to assume that these numbers are within range. And currently, the length of stay for an emergency shelter is about 51 days, and transitional housing is 300, and rapid rehousing is 170. And the permanent housing exit destination rates are really low. It's 12% for emergency shelters, 70% for transitional housing, and 55% for rapid rehousing. So according to our modeling analysis, we can hit 50% reduction in homelessness with this one component if we were to increase the entries from literal homelessness across the board between all of the housing interventions, and reduce the length of stay, and also increase the permanent housing destination rate. This one is the hardest one, because the reason why our system has such a hard time with positive exit destination rates is because there's literally nowhere for people to go. So I'll give you an example. Monterey County was awarded 269 emergency housing vouchers, and that's something that we all celebrate. But when you think about it, there are not 269 available apartments below FMR within Monterey County available at this moment. So what we need to increase production of housing. We are looking at new constructions of permanent supportive housing and extremely low income affordable units. In year 1, we need 200. And we know that the city of Salinas is aggressively pursuing Project Home Key, and so is King City. Thank God for them. But year 2, we need 300. And year 4, we need 400. We need to increase substantially how many units we're producing every single year. And this is not cumulative. This is in addition to, and in order for us to hit that 50% mark. So for San Benito County, for Monterey County at the bottom, you'll see how what our construction targets look like. So there are three overarching strategies that we're going to use to reach these goals. And first is that we're going to increase participation in homelessness solutions, which is why we're here today, by key leaders and stakeholders across the region. As Supervisor Alejo had mentioned, we are starting to get a lot of traction with our jurisdictions because the continuum of care does not purchase property. We do not develop property ourselves. We really do need the jurisdictions and the county partners to lean in, because that is definitely outside of our lane. We also need to, again, improve performance across the homeless response system. We will be working and have been working with our service providers to really identify people who are literal homeless and prove that they're literally homeless. We have been doing things internally within our network to try to increase our performance. But again, if there's nowhere for people to go, there's nowhere for people to go. So this is all intricately tied to each other. We can't, one portion of this cannot move forward without the other. And then the third is that we want to expand our service or service response to people who are currently living unsheltered. While it takes a while for housing to be produced, you may be familiar with the issues that we're having with Project Home Key Round 1, which are being resolved, and we're so grateful that the city of Salinas continues to push through to get that project completed and filled up. But while we're working on that thing, there are people who are outside. So we want to make sure that we are giving services to people while they are where they're at. An example of that is the county has invested in the continuum, and so has the city of Salinas, in the model of doing mobile case management. So that's deploying outreach teams to rural areas of the community so they can receive case management where they are instead of expecting them to come to us, which is very unreasonable in such a rural community. Another example of that, by the way, is the number of porta potties and hand washing stations that have been deployed over the pandemic. So we just want to keep building on that and making sure that we're stabilizing people where they're at while we're, again, trying to build some housing for them. So just really looking into strategy area number 1, the goals are to adopt the 5-year plan, which we have already done. And we want to invest strategically. So the Continuum of Care put together a finance committee, and this finance committee is composed of several funders. And we are able to meet and talk about which funding streams are coming down, and we want to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes, or we're using the right funding streams for the projects so we could have the most impact. We also want to build political will for affordable housing, and that is, again, why we're here today. Is there's $8 billion, 75% of the $12 billion plan is going to be opened up for permanent supportive housing, housing for families, and people who are extremely low income. So right now is the time. Right now is the time for us to really lean in and see what we can do with the state's funding. We also, again, want to include people with lived experience of homelessness. So we are starting the Continuum of Care put together the Youth Action Board, which is a group of young folks between 18 and 24 years old with lived experience. They are helping us really understand what type of projects we need to build for them, because we do have a fairly large unsheltered transition age youth population. On our master list, there are about 100 head of households that are between 18 and 24 years old. So the exciting part is with it sounds like a lot, but we could actually hit functional zero if we just hyper focus and get these youth off of the streets. Again, we want to engage with new partners. We want to make sure that we're bringing in hospitals and the jails and paroles and probation, everybody who is from sectors that touch our system. We want to make sure that they're at the table. And I think the Leadership Council has done an incredible job at expanding our reach, and we will continue to build upon that. And again, we want to center on equity. There is a serious problem. We have a service desert in South County. We have a service desert on the peninsula, and we still have people who are living unsheltered in both areas. So we want to make sure that there's equity across the board, that people, no matter where you live, no matter what your race is, you have access to services. And again, just zooming in on the strategy area number 2, which is improve the performance of the homeless response system. We're looking at increasing our homeless prevention techniques. I have been really studying the intervention of diversion. There are a lot of communities that have diversion counselors. So we're looking into how we can get some diversion counselors here. We want to make sure that we are continuing on with the mobile outreach services. I cannot express my gratitude enough to the county for stepping in and getting our outreach team that goes to South County funded. I think if it wasn't for them, so many people in South County wouldn't have access to those emergency housing vouchers. They wouldn't have access to Project Room Key. They wouldn't have access to a lot of things. So again, mobile outreach is huge for our community. And we want to make sure that all of our shelters are low barrier. So we are going to be focusing a lot on housing first. A lot of these barriers are arbitrary and they're not best practices. So we will be working on the continuum of care side. And I know that the county will talk about more how they're also engaging in housing first practices, but we want to make sure that that's embedded in every single contract. Whenever a project comes forward and asks for funding, they need to understand that they are signing up to do housing first. We want to make sure that we are expanding the options of housing. For a long time, transitional housing was a best practice, and now transitional housing is not a best practice. So we want to make sure that we are bringing in all kinds of housing, all kinds of interventions, because we need to focus on the people. It's not cookie cutter. Everybody's life is not cookie cutter. So we need to make sure that we have interventions for every type of person who is experiencing homelessness. And we want to make sure that we're creating some type of support system. So when people are housed, that if they are becoming housing insecure again, our system is aware of that. And we have something in place to try to interrupt that and stabilize them again. And then again with housing first, and we want to make sure that we are continuously checking the quality of the product in which we are putting out, and that is the services, right? There's going to be and has already been lots of trainings to our service providers. We have Echo Housing that's going to train our service providers on tenant rights. And we have been doing housing first and trauma-informed practice, and we'll just continue to drill it in about these new models and how we could implement it in our continuum. And we will also be putting out an outward-facing dashboard, so the community will know how we are doing. That is something that's actually in the works right now, and we hope to have that released by the end of this year. Thank you, Department of Health, for giving us the contract to get that done. And again, strategy area number 3 is to respond to people and give them services where they're currently at. So what that looks like is that we want to prioritize the services for people who are there. This again includes hygiene and safety and service connections. We want to make sure that we are building collaborative relationships with people who are experiencing homelessness. As I mentioned earlier, our outreach teams have been really trying to build up rapport, know people by name. I think that's really important that we know people by name. And they have been the relationships that are happening, the trust that's happening is the first step into moving people off of the streets and into an emergency bed or inside of transitional permanent supportive housing. So we want to figure out a way where we can provide safe temporary locations for people to stay while they're outside. There's been a lot of conversations about safe parking. This is something that I have taken myself very personal in trying to find an alternate location for people to park. In Monterey County, about 20% of our unsheltered is living inside of their cars. And in places like Fremont, 50% of their unsheltered are living inside of their cars. So I think that the way I look at it is people who live in their cars that's just one step away from a tent, right? When someone lands in a tent, it takes a lot of more resources and building rapport, and it takes so much more for us to engage. So I certainly feel like there's an important place inside of our service provision for people who are living inside of their cars, and we will be pursuing every single opportunity to try to find a place for them to go. And we want to just connect people to housing. So we won't be able to put a dent in anything if we're not being housing focused. So we need to pay attention to what is it going to take to create that path straight from the streets and into housing.
Roxanne, I'm going to interrupt just so we can keep Senator Laird on track today. So before we move on to the rest of this presentation with priority populations, I'm going to give Senator Laird a chance to share some thoughts with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk to you about this subject, although it's the first time I've seen you collectively in a long time. And I know Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Alejo and I really celebrated about the Pajaro levee project, and Supervisor Adams and I celebrated about Point Sur and various trails in the budget. But today the issue is homelessness. And this morning I visited the Shares location here in Salinas, and I've been to also facilities in Seaside and Monterey to see what the array is of services that are being delivered. And this year, budget-wise, it was a major allocation because of $12 billion for homelessness, including $5.8 billion for Project Home Key over 2 years, and also $2 billion over 2 years for the HAP program. And since I joked with Roxanne at Chairs that I should not be using acronyms, it's really Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program for the uninitiated. And I think one thing that's been an issue for localities has been that some of this state money is really for a fixed time, and people need to invest it and know there's certainty for future years. And so I want to continue to work with you on that. That has been a challenge. The first slug of money came, and it was really difficult for people to invest, not knowing that it was going to be there for future years. And it was suggested that I talk about what might be happening in the future. And the governor announced a few weeks ago that we are running, again, billions of dollars ahead of projections in the state budget. And I have thought that the one thing that was missing with regard to housing last year in the continuum was flat out grants for affordable housing projects. And I really believe that we need to continue with what we're doing in these programs for homelessness. But that is what's missing. And we have a political problem. We really have to work out with some of the stakeholders, the whole issue of prevailing wage and other things, so that we can figure out how to make the grants in a way that the projects go forward. And so that's something I have already talked to the Senate president about doing. And I know one of the challenges, and Roxanne got to it, that I have seen everywhere, is it short-term versus long-term. It is really making sure that we get people housed over the short term, but it's only the long-term solutions that are going to deal with things. And it's doing that balance within the funding. So I'm eager to work with you on the 5-year plan. Anything that we need, you need from the state level or feedback. And I got a lot of feedback this morning, in part because a lot of times there isn't the capacity to deal with the amount of paperwork or the different requirements for the different programs. And that's something that I really want to work on. And I think that it's some lessons I've had from other parts of the district as well, is that in a regional issue like this, everyone needs to do their part. It doesn't help if some regions are doing their part and others aren't, because it moves the problem around. And so that is an important thing to try to encourage with what you're doing. Additionally, one of the problems is in governance, because it's very diffuse. It is hard sometimes to know who is accountable and where the accountability is in doing these programs. So that I appreciated the comments about transparency and a dashboard, but it really is over who actually has the responsibility to do it, so you know who on that dashboard you're holding accountable. And one of the other challenges has been in the allocations that have been made, at least to two other counties that are in my district, is they have then turned around and funded every program that's doing a piece of services in the homeless arena. And as a result, they didn't budget for impact. They didn't sort of say, okay, we're going to really move the needle by focusing on one thing, as opposed to giving a little to everybody. And I think that is one of the challenges that we really face in this. So I just wanted to come and make those comments and say, I intend to still be a partner. And in any way, this is an ongoing conversation. And I know from experience, knowing all 5 supervisors very well, that I never have to ask you to stay in touch. That is something that happens really regularly. And so I just look forward on this, because we will be dealing with this budgetarily. We will have some policy matters on this, and we have been trying to work in concert with the administration to make sure that we address these issues. So if there are any questions before I go, I would be happy to answer them, but I really appreciate the chance to be with you and speak about this today.
Well, we're really honored to have you and appreciate the work that you're doing at the state to prioritize the needs of affordable housing. I think that what was clear, if I could send you with one takeaway from what was just presented, we have unsheltered individuals. We're working on the shelter bed situation, but the affordable housing to move folks into is really where we're struggling. So anything you can continue to do to help us with that, we would appreciate. Are there any other questions from my colleagues before we send Senator Laird on his next step? Supervisor Lopez?
Not a question, but appreciation for the comment that you made about us all needing to pull our weight to fix this problem, because it's not going to be solved overnight. But I think one thing I've seen in Monterey County is every corner of this county is willing to help and pull and push. We have some challenges in front of us yet, and they're nuanced, so we'll have some conversations maybe offline about those. But thank you for calling that out, because it is going to be critical to the real solution, which is building units, getting people housed, and making sure that it's there in the long run. So thank you, Senator.
Thanks for your comments.
Yeah, we appreciate all your help and support. And as you mentioned, anytime we need something, we reach out to you, and you're always there. So no matter whether it's up in our area, in the north area, but I know you've been really helpful with what you did on the Pajaro River. I'm sure you'll do the same thing for us on dealing with our homeless issues. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my old friend. It is really great to always know that you're there to support us and to help us, but more importantly, that you're there frequently to lead us. And I really value that. I think the lead that you're taking and all of the different things that you've assumed since you've been in the Senate seat is really, I'm really thankful for that. And my hope is that as we move forward with the creation of additional housing for the homeless people, that you'll be able to help us get through some of the hurdles that I think people often find when they're trying to get approvals for the various different permits that one has to go through to be able to do affordable housing. I think there's room for some streamlining in that. And I know that that your ears will be open as we come to you with ideas, suggestions, and more importantly, leadership in that area. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, and Senator Laird, I just want to really thank you for always willing to roll up your sleeve with us in local government, as you've been in local government. But the only other thing I would add is I know that when the governor spoke at the California Forward Conference last week in Monterey, he indicated that local governments were going to have an increase in their RHNA, the regional housing numbers that they need to achieve in a certain amount of years. But with that, I want to just reiterate, and I know that you know this better than anybody, is that without investment in water infrastructure, it's also hard to achieve the goals to achieve new housing being built in the state of California. So I think investment in both those areas are going to need to go hand in hand for us in local government to be able to get housing built and off the ground. Thank you, sir.
And let me make a brief comment on that because I know that that you and Supervisor Lopez and I went to Nacimiento in San Antonio a few weeks ago, and I got into the budget a Central Coast drought package that got bumped to the next budget year, and it would include grant availability on the peninsula if you could do one more injection well at Pure Water. You could get more water in and out during the drought, and there's valves at the base of the two dams that are broken, and there's dead pools there. And if there's money for repair, that is something that might be able to access water in a way that you haven't. And so unless we have 4 or 5 atmospheric rivers in the next 6 weeks, I will be trying when we come back to move that package up as soon as we can. And I know that Supervisor Alejo's comments were also long-term, but some of these are really short-term issues that we have to do. And I've been working to try to get at least one state agency to deal with what it takes for a couple of affordable housing projects to go ahead. So I will continue to work with you on that. And Supervisor Alejo, I appreciate you calling out that issue.
Thank you again. We look forward to continuing the conversation. You've got a great team working on our behalf here locally as well. Thank you, Kate
Great.
Daniels, for being here.
Thanks for letting me be here today.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, Roxanne. You'll need to share your screen again so we can finish up our last few slides of your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators. Nice seeing you this morning. Okay, so I'm resharing. Give me a second. Okay, I do apologize that we're going over what I had originally anticipated, but we're almost done. So it was also brought to our attention that we needed to focus on certain priority populations. We had to make sure that we identified what was the most important priorities within our community based off of a lot of things like statistics and just general, concerns. So people experiencing chronic homelessness, that is what the definition of chronic homelessness is, that they have been living unsheltered for a year or more, or over the past 3 years, they had 4 episodes that equates to 1 year, and they have some disabling condition. So people who are chronically homeless are the ones that that generally qualify for permanent supportive housing. And we have quite a few in our community. The 2019 point in time numbers do not match what HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System database that the coalition manages. It does not match. According to HMIS, we have hundreds of people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, and we want to make sure that we are giving them an opportunity to come indoors. So again, we wanted to focus on transition age youth as well. You may have heard that the coalition was able to secure $5.5 million to end youth homelessness. And I think we absolutely can hit functional zero for this population. There's also a population that continues to be underserved, and those are people who are undocumented. So we want to make sure that we are considering people who are undocumented into this plan, and also the people who are re-entering into the community from the criminal justice system. So, excuse me. The funding committee of the Leadership Council will be charged with doing the annual action plan. So we have kind of the meat and potatoes of the plan, which I had just reviewed, and then every single year we will produce an annual action plan. The annual action plan will basically create the alignment for funding. So that's how we know how all the other funders in the community through the funding committee will all support the action plan. And the 2021-2022 action plan was included inside of this presentation today. And again, we will be tracking and publicly reporting annually how we are on achieving our goals. So I threw in a few things that we had mentioned earlier but now that I think about it, I actually talked quite a bit about these, but these are just pieces of the annual action plan in which the county and the cities can help with. So I think that due to our time, and I just want to make sure that we have fruitful discussion afterwards, I'll just go ahead and leave this on the table since we had already I have already reviewed these in previous slides. But if you do want to see the entire plan, you can visit us at, here, I'm going to get there so you guys can see it on the screen. You can visit our website at chsp.org/plan-rewrite, and that's how you'll be able to find all of the reports that I was mentioning earlier, the supplemental reports, and also the 5-year plan. And anybody who has any questions can reach out to me directly at info@chsp.org.
And the 5-year plan was posted with the agenda, Roxanne, so it was made available to the public prior to the meeting. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm just wondering if there are any questions so far.
Thank you, Roxanne. Let's move on. Let's hold questions just for a brief moment here. And we did hear from Senator Laird. We also have staff from, as I mentioned, Senator Caballero's office, Assemblymember Rivas, and Assemblymember Stone's office. Would any of our other state legislators or Congressman Panetta's staff who are also with us on the line today like to make any brief comments? Can raise your hand or I can call on you. Let's see here. All right, we've got Erica Parker with Mark Stone. We'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to make brief comments on behalf of Assemblymember Stone. I want to say that he will continue to work at the state level to identify and establish tools to empower local jurisdictions to address homelessness. Senator Laird did talk about some of those tools that have been put in place. And now it really is up to the local jurisdictions to take those tools and put them into action and really take responsibility for putting those into place. It is quite challenging because it's always easy to have the responsibility shift to someone else, but we really do need to work together locally and regionally to identify those solutions and put them into action. So thank you so much, and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you for being here and engaging in the conversation. Dominic Dursa with Assemblymember Robert Rivas's office.
Thank you, Chair Askew. Yes, and just to reiterate, of course, what my colleague Erica said and Senator Laird, the Assembly member truly does appreciate the amount of collaboration and the work that has been going on not only in our county, but in the region to really work collaboratively towards these efforts. Just as the state and federal partners are doing what they can to provide the tools necessary to help address this problem here locally, it's been just as important that we've been able to have these productive conversations consistently so that if there are issues that need to be addressed at the state or federal level, certainly our state delegation is able to take those concerns back to Sacramento. And so we appreciate the really productive conversations that have been had and look forward to continuing to doing the hard work necessary to address this drastic problem.
Thank you for joining us, Dominic. And Ana Velasquez, who will have you speak for now in your role with Senator Caballero's office.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair Askew, and thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Senator. As you all know, the Senator has been a housing champion and understands the importance of getting people housed, as was said earlier, and she will continue to support housing initiatives to ensure that everyone has a good quality of life within her district. She also thanks everyone for the collaborative efforts that have been initiated in looking at achieving the housing, the initiatives in the homelessness 5-year plan, and anything that we can do from our office. She's always going to be a champion for housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Velasquez. And Susie Brusa with Congressman Jimmy Panetta's office is also on the line with us. Susie?
Hi, thank you so much. We also want to echo what
the priors have said about the collaboration. It's so impressive. And we are in receipt of the collaboration's letter about the challenges with Project Home Key, working on that. And we will work to continue to do our part, the federal government's part, to be sure that there's funding available to allocate to these programs. Thank you.
We do appreciate all of the supporters and champions that we have working and as voices for Monterey County. We're going to move next to some additional presentation by our county departments who have roles and specific roles in implementation of the 5-year plan. And then I would love to hear from some of our city officials who've joined us today. So I'll pass the microphone over to Eric Lundquist, followed by Lori Medina, and then Elsa Jimenez.
Thank you, Chair Askew, members of the board. Thank you for having us involved in this conversation as well. So why is HCD involved? We are a participant in setting policy and implementing programs. One of the guiding principles of the 5-year Lead Me Home plan is housing focused. The solution to homelessness is providing housing. So in layman's terms, we need to construct new housing units, and we need to use our existing housing stock to facilitate sheltering the homeless populations. I just want to dwell for a moment on the housing targets that's provided in the plan that Roxanne elaborated on as well. Just to give you some perspective, we have the 5th cycle of the regional housing needs allocation, which is 2015 to 2023, set a target of very low, moderate, and above moderate income units at 1,551. Of that, to date, the county has only been able to provide at the very low income 123 units. I hope this gives some perspective to the board. In looking at the 5-year plan, we're looking at providing permanent supportive housing and the extremely low income units this year at 200. Of that, Monterey County is 180. So as Roxanne indicated, it is a great thing that we have our city partners at the table, because it is challenging to develop housing in the county where there's limited opportunity due to infrastructure, as well as our current regulations. If we are going to implement this plan, which I believe the board may be asking Housing and Community Development to participate in, we need to think outside the box. We need to be innovative, and we need to strike a chord here locally by building on our partnerships. As Roxanne also indicated, we need to gain public support for these types of projects, particularly focused on the low-income workers. We need to be leaders in innovation. We need to continue our collaboration with the cities within the county. We need to loosen our land use controls. Just to give you an example, within the commercial districts, we currently have a requirement that mandates that 50% of the structural square footage on those properties need to be held in commercial usage, which is very limiting to an all residential project. We also need to provide streamlining for CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. There are current allowances in CEQA to provide exemptions for affordable housing projects. We need to use them more often and more frequently. We also need to use the density bonuses provided within our local regulations. These are sometimes challenging to do because of potential litigation and those that are naysayers potentially in the neighborhood. But we need to be strong in our policies and our implementation programs. We also need to continue to seek support at the federal level and at the state level. Legislation and policy setting at the federal and state level is critical. Often it's challenging for local governments to implement actions. Often it needs to be mandated. We also can help, get help from the federal and state legislators. And I was hoping that Senator Laird would be able to hear this through increasing funding. I know that the federal administration recently approved an infrastructure funding package that will be great that needs to occur first. If we're going to provide housing in our rural areas, our rural centers, our community centers, the infrastructure has to be there. Until such time, we're going to find that the housing needs to be in proximity to our local jurisdictions where the services are there and existing to support those housing. I feel like I'm part of the choir, preaching to the choir. I know you all know this, but I feel strongly that we need to continue to be assertive in these policies and create flexibility and innovation within our programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. And just before we move on to Laura Medina and Social Services, county housing program is specific to unincorporated land that's within the county. We don't actually build housing or have authority for housing within our incorporated cities.
No, no, we don't have the authority to control their jurisdictional lands. We do have the opportunity to partner with them. And I believe you'll hear some of that through Elsa and Lori's presentations where we have partnered with them. One of those examples is on the Goodnight Inn. We participated in that home key application. Ultimately, the city, once the funding was received, took that project on. And therein lies a constraint. They're actually, Chair Askew, I believe you signed a letter last week encouraging some of those regulations to be loosened so those projects can proceed forward. So often those come with constraints, but hopefully through collaboration, we can find greater opportunity.
And you stand ready as a willing partner with any city that wants to talk about housing.
Absolutely.
That's right. All right. Very good. All right. Lori Medina, our Director of Social Services, we have some brief comments from Lori as well.
Okay. So I am hoping that I do this right. Let me try to get in. Of course I didn't do it right. Okay. Can you see just my presentation mode or are you seeing my speaker stuff too?
Nope, we just see your presentation. It's perfect.
Okay, great. So good afternoon. So the Department of Social Services, first of all, I just wanted to mention that we have a couple of critical roles. So social services is kind of a direct service provider in some respects in terms of providing direct aid through eligibility programs. And so some examples of those programs are like, CalWorks, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, and General Assistance. So these are what people would consider our public benefit programs that people can apply for under certain eligibility requirements. People may be eligible to receive that assistance. And then we administer a lot of other programs through local service providers in the form of contracts and service agreements. And so while social services isn't necessarily the direct provider, we often serve as the pass-through or the funding source for a lot of the services that you see, particularly around the homeless service continuum. And so some examples of that is, because we are a pass-through for a lot of state and federal funding directed at homelessness, we provided great investments in our shelters across the county, in some of our homeless prevention and rapid rehousing services. And also we are a major funding resource for our coalition of homeless service providers. And so we are pretty interdependent with our service provider continuum to provide the services throughout Monterey County. And then our commitment to the key principles in terms of being housing focused, data driven, and person centered. We share that commitment in terms of being housing focused. I've given you some examples of some of the things that we've really tried to do to focus on, as Eric talked about housing and community development, they really help to partner and develop housing. Well, one of the things that social services does a lot is provide the service dollars for some developments that have occurred here in Monterey County in terms of our shelters, our navigation center, our youth shelters. In terms of our emergency prevention programs, we were the recipient of a substantial amount of money from the federal government and state government to try to prevent people from becoming homeless through the emergency rental and housing assistance program in partnership with United Way. And we also have through our CalWorks employment services, we have a CalWorks homeless assistance program. So there are a variety of programs that social services can be key in helping to facilitate, if not providing services directly, at least helping to broker access to those services. In terms of decision-making and planning, one of the things that you'll notice is more and more we have become very reliant on the partnerships throughout our county and even throughout the region. As has been mentioned, we're on a variety of various committees, councils, boards that really focus on providing services to those experiencing homelessness. And so I've listed those things. This is just to give you an idea. The Leadership Council, we're a member. We're part of the Housing Pipeline Committee. We participate with the City of Salinas, the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, the Homeless Services Committee at the state level, and we were a part of helping to develop the 5-year plan. So I will say that it's very important that people understand that we can't do these efforts in a bubble. The collaboration is really important, and it's also important for us to invest in the data or getting data back out so that we understand if that collaboration has really made a difference or not. So I think it was Senator Laird talked about impact. So the other thing that we do is we've made sure that all of the services that we either fund, help facilitate, that those providers are required to participate in that HMIS system, the data system that helps us to be able to quantify what the continuum service delivery is. And we are a part of that continuum. And we also provide some additional licenses for some of our providers. The other thing I want to talk about a little bit is about the services needing to be person-centered and equitable. The services really need to be low barrier. So one of the things that we've really been focusing on in terms of all of the programs where we have either provided funding or partnered to facilitate is that the contracts that we develop have a housing first requirement. We're starting to ask more information about the data outcomes. We're asking more information about understanding racial disparities and having people report how they're addressing their service delivery to make sure that services are accessible and equitable, and that doesn't always mean equal. And then the other thing that we're recognizing more and more too is that it's not enough for us to ask people to come to us. So we really worked with the coalition to make sure that we are investing in outreach, in the outreach program, so that we get people out into communities where the services are needed, as opposed to having people come to us. And then, lastly, I'll just mention in terms of participation, our commitment is really about, as Eric said, trying to be a little bit more creative around how we deliver services, that it's not acceptable anymore just to do things because this is the way we've always done it. We are trying to be more flexible in the way that we provide services, or that we will, how we contract for these services. We do a lot more assistance through case-by-case types of situations where we authorize providers to do certain things to kind of help people have a safe place to be. And we want to not only increase our participation in all the collaborative efforts, but also encourage a lot of our partners. As Supervisor Alejo said when he first began his opening comments, when you go to the Leadership Council meeting, it's very impressive to see the amount of participation that is there now, where we have not just city managers or staff, but we have actual mayors participating in those discussions. We have community leaders, you have department heads. It is a pretty impressive group, and everybody is rolling up their sleeves to try to help. And that's all towards the objective of improving performance. I think we've had a lot of programming out there, and the more programming we've developed, the more need we've identified. And I agree with Roxanne that I think that we can make true impact and actually get to the goals that have been set if we stay the course and we are really trying to stay cutting edge and innovative. And then the other thing I'll just mention is the performance a lot of times is dependent upon some of the capacity that we have. And it's hard to increase our capacity if there's not confidence that funding is going to continue, because of the kind of cyclical and one-time nature of the funding that we receive. So, we will have to think about, strategize more about how to expand our response continuum that commits first to making things happen. And with that, I think I will.
Thank you, Lori.
Conclude my comments.
We appreciate all of the work that your team does with social services. And I know that, one of the things that I always try to explain to folks is that so many of the programs and services that social services is delivering are really based on very strict mandates and very strict limited funding streams. So for you to be able to take on all of this additional work is above and beyond what you're funded to do in many cases, and above and beyond what you would otherwise have capacity to do. So we really appreciate your team. We're going to try to keep, we're running a little behind time. So Elsa, I'm going to pass the microphone over to you for a brief presentation. And then we'll, for any of our city officials who are with us who would like to comment, we'll move into public comments. We ask that everyone try to keep their comments limited so that we can hear from as many folks as possible. But I do think it's important, and I want to give our city reps who are joining us today a chance to share some thoughts about what's going on in your city and your community. So Elsa, you're up next.
Most definitely. Good afternoon, members of the board, members of the public. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you today to talk about this major milestone in the development of a new 5-year Lead Me Home plan. The county health department strives to enhance, promote, and protect the health of our residents and the environment in partnership with the community and stakeholders. The health department was an integral stakeholder in the development of and will play a critical role in the implementation of the Lead Me Home plan. This slide highlights a few of the strategies our department's bureaus will be involved in advancing. Having a vote on the Leadership Council ensures a public health lens is considered in actions taken by this body. Under Strategy Area 2, the health department, through its behavioral health and public health bureaus, clients are assessed and receive comprehensive services based on their unique needs, including linkage to housing supports in partnership with our area community-based organizations, including NRM Inc., Central California Center for Independent Living, and Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, As we transition to CalAIM, the Central California Alliance for Health will play a key role in contracting with local community-based organizations and ensuring community supports, including housing, are made available to higher risk beneficiaries. This afternoon, I want to highlight just a few examples of the existing housing resources for our homeless neighbors with serious mental illness and complex chronic conditions. Interim Inc. Housing provides access to a little over 260 permanent and transitional housing units. As a result of the county's participation in the state's whole person care pilot, we were able to secure 40 housing units for whole person care clients at both Chispas, Junsei Oak Senior Apartments and MidPenn's Moongate Plaza Apartments. Through behavioral health, we were able to secure additional funds for housing. Our new No Place Like Home projects will create an additional 26 permanent supported housing units and 8 transitional housing units. Sunrose Gardens is the No Place Like Home project with Interim Inc. that is under construction currently, and it'll have 9 permanent supported housing units and 8 transitional housing units for adults with serious mental illness. And this was funded with a combination of both whole person care, one-time capital investment dollars, and competitive No Place Like Home funds. Secondly, Light Fighter Village will provide 17 permanent supported housing units for homeless veterans with serious mental illness. And this project is funded by a combination of competitive and non-competitive No Place Like Home funds, along with other local funding sources. As a direct service provider, our behavioral health, public health, and clinic services bureaus will continue to coordinate with our local managed care plan and community-based organizations to ensure that adults, transitional age youth, children, and families continue to receive comprehensive integrated services to address their mental health, substance use disorder, primary care, housing supports, and community resource needs. And then lastly, I want to leave you with an image of the lovely faces of our unhoused neighbors who need us to collaborate, coordinate, and creatively braid and blend funds to support them on their journey to wellness and housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa, for you and all the work that your team does as well. So much of it outside of the mandates and the requirements, but taking the time to really figure out how we can work the funds that are available into the meeting the needs of our local residents. All right, so next on our agenda, we have time for some public comments and then board member reflections and feedback as far as next steps go. So we'll take it out to the public. If you wouldn't mind raising your hand, we typically do 1:30 for public comment. So I would just ask everyone to watch the clock so that we can include a multitude of voices. We'll start with our city electeds. If you'd like to raise your hand so that I can call on you, and I'll call first to welcome Monterey City Council member Tyler Williamson.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you all today, and I just appreciate the board and the county staff taking this on. It's much appreciated for us to kind of look at things from a more regional perspective. And just to get right into it, one of the things that Supervisor Askew kind of mentioned at the beginning was, how do we prevent people from getting into homelessness in the first place? And I think one of the things that we have to think about is beyond looking at development, which is a critical piece of this conversation in creating more units. We also have to think about renter protections or tenant protections. And so I'll kind of leave it brief to that, but we just don't want to close the door for, in the city of Monterey, as an example, 64% of our residents who are renters. So something to think about. And I did just want to highlight Supervisor Phil, gosh, who said this? I can't remember who said this earlier, but the comment in regards to water. So there definitely needs to be a look at the water. I appreciate Supervisor Adams's efforts in trying to bring together stakeholders from across the region so that we can truly have a conversation about how we move forward together on this. And the only thing I would say there is we really do need to take a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens through that effort. So how do we make sure that we're reaching those vulnerable communities so that they know what's going on and that we provide a space for them to come in and share their voice and perspective. So thanks again for the efforts and have a great day, everybody.
Thank you so much, Taylor, and thank you for your commitment to housing. I know that that's been a priority for you in your term on Monterey City Council. Mayor Mike LeVar is with us as well today. Mayor LeVar.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board. Really appreciate you having this presentation today. I am fortunate enough to sit on the Leadership Council along with Supervisor Alejo, and this 5-year plan has been very exciting for me. One of the very interesting components is the COC reaching out to the different jurisdictions to let them know what resources are available and what they may need. This has been helpful for King City as after the first round of HEAP funding, we established our own local homeless committee to prepare and have a project ready. And the continuum of care has been there working with our city manager, our committee, identifying those resources and connecting those resources. And because of that partnership, have been able to start our own Project Home Key project and another low-income housing project. And I just want to finish off by highlighting every community can play a part. King City is a small community, but our program is designed to meet the needs of our community. And as we all do that within our different jurisdictions, we actually create a regional approach, creating real difference. And I just appreciate that our city is able to have that opportunity. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mayor Labar, for being with us today and for the work that you've done to, I think, bring King City into the conversation in a meaningful and significant way. I think it's clear that we all know that no one jurisdiction is going to be able to respond as to meet the needs. But together we will be able to make progress. We have a handful of others. I failed to mention Mayor Craig earlier. We also have, I think, other names, Kim Shirley from Delray Oaks, Jenny McAdams from Pacific Grove. There may be others, but we'll do a final call for city council, city representatives. And then I'll go to general public comments. So anyone else who's with us today who would like to share your thoughts or suggestions or ideas, constructive criticisms, we're taking it all in. We have a hand raised from Gustav Fire. Gustav Fire for public comment.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Of course. Thank you. I would like to thank everyone that took and that voiced today for homelessness, because we think that it's a great issue here. I'm representing the organization called End Period Poverty in Monterey County. We are an organization that advocates for every homeless person that menstruates to be guaranteed access to menstrual and incontinence hygiene products in every single homeless shelter or just generally in the county. And we are currently supported by key local organizations dealing with homeless issues. And we all know here that California is one of the 7 states in the US that counts the most homeless women, and they constitute one particularly vulnerable group whose basic human needs should be taken into account when drafting such important plans, such as the one that we're talking about today. And so as of right now, shelter supplies and such products are mostly relying on private donors or on your county support, but we would like the access to menstrual and incontinence hygiene products to be standardized and durable with a county program that guarantees it. And we know that your 5-year plan wants to act on housing, but also its third mission is really focused on expanding our service-oriented responses to unsheltered homeless people. And so we think that this should definitely be taken into account. And so we wanted to raise awareness today around this specific topic and maybe create a discussion. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here and for talking about this very important issue. Thank you again.
Thank you for joining us and for the comments. Wes White.
Unmute.
We've got you now. Thank you for joining us, Wes.
Okay, hi, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. You know, I really enjoy the hopeful attitude and the way we're doing everything right now. It sounds so wonderfully cheery, but in a large regard, I'd give this county an F for the first year of their 5-year plan to end homelessness, because the programs are nice, but honestly, even though there was about 60 people that were there at the Marina Safe parking lot, the county coastal office, and y'all just kicked them out. I mean, as much as you feign worrying about people, you don't, and you're spending more money hurting people. And people's quality of life needs to improve. No matter what we're doing, we need to make a policy that implements for every single person and graduating them from one level to the next so we can get them out of homelessness. How are we reducing homelessness if we're just kicking people out? And you folks are the ones most responsible for people being state and federal funding. We need to really be accountable to ourselves for that and transparent. Y'all just kicked people out and you're going to do it again tomorrow over there at Pajaro. These are your properties that you're supposed to actually take care of your people better. You know, these are our residents. This is my family. A lot of people, I mean, I got a lot of love for a lot of people. And there's no way that would have happened if I wouldn't have actually met them. Like part of that presentation said, get to know them. We don't do any of that. We're not trying to make sure anyone succeeds because there was about half a dozen people that were already in programs, you know, for housing and everything else, trying to apply and yet get out. I mean, how are we supposed to find these people again? What about their quality of life? You know, you need running water, electricity. Those things need to be top priority. And if we're not going to house them, then we need to make policies that include people to be where they're at. We need to give them an address, allow them to be somewhere.
Wes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do appreciate your comments and all of the advocacy that you do for our homeless neighbors. Next up, we have, I believe it's Nina Beatty with the phone number ending in 902, followed by Eli.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Yeah, I'm also concerned about the homeless order that's going to be coming up later on the agenda for Potrero Road. The statement, there's nowhere for people to go, but as was said in the previous board meeting, there's 40,000 empty homes in Monterey County. I have given the name of the Burbank Housing Group that's from Sonoma County. They've been very creative in creating ongoing housing for a variety of populations, a variety of income levels, and they should be consulted because they've been so successful in Sonoma County. I'd like to know about, you talk about key leaders and stakeholders. Was Wes White and other advocates from the homeless community, were they involved in the development of these plans? What are the actions the county's taking to stop homelessness before it happens and keep people in their homes, including mortgage protection, refinancing underwater mortgages, such as to the city of Salinas? What's the county doing on tax defaulted properties? There was no response to my comment earlier about that. What alternatives are pursued for those who cannot pay property taxes? Is forgiveness a possibility? And then how many millions of public funds are repeatedly being siphoned off to subsidize upper class housing at the Lagoon in Carmel, housing that should never have been approved in the first place? Shouldn't that subsidy be radically looked at and evaluated? People made the choice to live in a floodplain, and now the Rancho Cañada housing has been approved in a floodplain. How many millions more will be used to protect that housing when there are people without housing? And to me, there seems to be I've talked with homeless people who say that the homeless shelters are often not safe places. And I've talked with other people who cannot go there because of the access barrier of wireless radiation, which so far the health department is
Nina,
ignoring.
I'm sorry
this
to
issue.
interrupt, but we are out of time for your comments. I'm going to go, I'll do Eli and then Cesar Lara here in audience.
Hi, thank you. I want to start by amplifying and agreeing with everything that Wes White said and thank Nina for her comments as well. Alejo called this God's work, but is it God's work to sweep people up and remove them in the middle of November? It's not. He also said there are no beds and rent is too high. So where do you expect our neighbors scheduled to be evicted tomorrow morning to go? So I ask you to prioritize community voices. I'm asking you to stop the sweeps. Roxanne said to treat people with dignity and respect because we are real human beings and sweeps are not that. She also said, and I quote, there's literally nowhere for people to go. So again, I ask you to stop the sweeps that harm our neighbors. People in Pájaro in the Pájaro River are in tents, and you say that they are the ones that need the most support and resources, yet they're the ones that you're targeting tomorrow morning. So services to people where they're at is what Roxanne asked for. Sweeps are not services. It's displacing our neighbors. Lori said that we need to be more flexible and to not do things just because this is how you've always done it. So again, I ask you to stop the sweeps that you have planned for tomorrow morning and treat our unhoused neighbors with respect. Allow them to set up and keep themselves safe for the winter that's coming, and put them at the forefront of these committees, give them the voice, connect with them. If, for example, go to Pajaro River instead of giving them a notice and ask them for their voice and ask them to contribute to these 5-year plans, because lived experiences of homelessness is not the same as currently in a pandemic being unsheltered living by the river. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for your comments today. We'll come to Cesar Laurie here in Chambers and then over to Carla Lobo on Zoom.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara, and I would like to first praise this process. 10 years ago in Monterey County, these issues were not talked about. So that's step one. Sadly enough, it was a step one. Now that we're addressing it, we need to approach this in a balanced way. We cannot just do a stick approach without having proper steps in place, or the carrot where we have alternatives as we're displacing community residents. And I really want to highlight the priority sectors that were highlighted in this report. In particular, people experiencing chronic homelessness, and also young people. My teacher union members are telling me that they have homeless students in their classroom today, and they find a way to get to school. And we need to find ways to support families, working families on these issues. Undocumented, Monterey County per capita has the highest percentage of undocumented individuals, more than any county in California. We are a border county, so we need to take that into consideration and understand that there's discrimination for residents who are trying to find housing if they're undocumented, but are here to work and try and make our community better. And the reentry community. So much discrimination is done by those individuals that have experienced the justice system as they be released with the scarlet letter. So we need to address it and be balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Carla Lobo, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I'm here as Central Coast DSA's co-chair, and to speak about what the current situation is on the ground. We know that sweeps happen around this time of year. We were here last year. We talked about it. The coalition was actually made aware of this during the pandemic in 2019 and did nothing about it. So when I keep hearing that we're centering people, let's center people, we don't have key leaders in these key encampment areas that are heavily impacted, like Pajaro and others that have been mentioned here. Yet we keep saying that these federal funds and this collaboration with other cities is being done in a level that we're engaging meaningfully into these communities, and we're not. So if that's the basis that we're going to use, then start allowing these key individuals that have direct contact with community leaders in these encampments, like grassroots, like Agents of Change, the Homeless Coalition, Central Coast DSA. These are key grassroots and nonprofit organizations that have sat here and had brought key individuals that are experiencing homelessness right now and ask for a need. Going into encampments, getting people's personal information, and then allowing a sweep to come in the very next day is not giving them the key elements that they need in order to survive. You can't come in and pose as a savior and say that you're going to do something and you don't follow through. This is the type of transparency we need. The coalition is aware of this, yet does nothing. So when I ask you to take in consideration of the whole person and their personal ideologies and where they're coming from, do that exactly. Go down to the trenches and do the work. Do the actual work. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Carla, for your comments today and for the work that you do. Let's see here. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board for some reflections and comments and any questions that I believe we still have Roxanne and our county staff on the line with us. We'll start with Supervisor Lopez.
I appreciate all the work that everybody put in to make this 5-year plan possible. I see the challenges that lie ahead of us, and I also see opportunity. I think some of the things we've mentioned off this dais since the time that I've been lucky enough to sit up here representing my community remain the same. And by that, I mean challenges, right? The sharing RENA numbers, when we invest and have those opportunities to invest in projects within cities, We're talking about the King City project here, and there's been an opportunity there for us to become a partner. And I know that we'll find a way to do that, but we'll never see a reflection in terms of arena credit for the county in that. And this won't be the first time. We've made that decision to be that partner, even without the credit in the past. And I think moving forward, it would be nice to see some sort of legislation that would assist us, to our legislative partners out there, to get some of that credit back, to make sure that that partnership is something that's encouraged, not just here, but throughout the state. And on that same topic, I know there's been a big dialogue around vouchers and their flexibility or lack thereof. And so as we look at solutions, I think that's another request that we'll continue to make as a county board of supervisors, as a community. And I shared my comments earlier with Senator Laird, but they remain true, that I believe that this county is doing things the right way in approaching partnerships throughout the entire region to really support all of our communities, to help people get assistance where they live and are. And this plan is true to that. And so I want to acknowledge, elevate, and thank all of those who have made this plan possible. I know Supervisor Alejo alluded to it earlier, but when I was a staffer for a former supervisor, I sat as the chair of that continuum, and it was a struggle. It was a real struggle to get anybody to listen. We reformulated what that board looked like to make sure that we had buy-in from electeds. And as we did that, I kind of sold myself out of a job, right? Because at the time I wasn't elected, so I had to step off. But I'm just so proud of what it's become. And I'm thankful to Supervisor Alejo for taking this on behalf of the county to get us to a point where we're looking at a plan like this that has a lot of meat, and the timing was good in terms of the aligning with state funding coming down. And so I'm just appreciative of all these factors having lined up. And at the end of the day, we need to build more units. I don't care if we're talking farm worker housing, single family homes, and homeless and supportive housing. It's needed throughout our county. And so to Eric, I know you're fairly new with us here, and that would be the charge that I want to continue to share with you, is help us build, help us partner, and help us do all that we can to be the best partner possible to make these projects possible around Monterey County, from the south to the north, to the east side, and out on the coast, because it's necessary. But thank you, everybody, for the efforts you've put in. I am deeply appreciative of all of the work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go next to Supervisor Alejo, since you've got your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first want to just also start by acknowledging the Health Department, Elsa Jimenez and her team as well. I forgot to mention them earlier, but they've been key partners with the Health Department in all of our efforts from the very beginning. But I didn't want to just to respond to some of the comments, when we talk about some of the cleanups that need to happen, they're not done overnight. They're done, the law requires us to post notice, and outreach is done by our coalition and our Department of Social Services weeks in advance, and many times they have been postponed, but they are also there to address concerns that have come up. We had a safe parking program that is now closed down because rules were not being followed, and there was a long list of problems that were generated. And I don't want to go into all those details here, but there were certainly public health and safety issues that needed to be rectified. And unfortunately, now we're having to search for a new safe parking program in Marina as a result of that. But that program had existed there, was serving people for 2-3 years until the more recent problems arose, and there were individuals that didn't want to follow the rules. And our county did take proactive steps to offer services, offer to fix vehicles. The mechanic wasn't just brought out there on a volunteer basis. The county provided a mechanic to get vehicles and RVs running and functioning, and we put resources to help people get the registration and other issues. So we've done what other counties don't do normally in these situations, because we were trying to help people to be able to move off that property that now has to close down, unfortunately. But I think the main thing I want to point out is what are the goals that we think could actually address building housing and better providing services out in their community. And for me, obviously, in the next several months, I hope our board will approve the new homelessness program director. There's a lot of work, a lot of resources, and the state requires a lot of reporting for the projects that we're carrying out. And so I hope that that will be instituted in the next several months through our Department of Social Services. I also want to get housing built and or hotels converted for the permanent supportive housing. And as was stated earlier, so City of Salinas and the county working together, we're looking at 3 potential hotel conversions in Salinas. And because of Michael Labar in King City and Supervisor Lopez, we're looking at another 2 projects potentially in King City. These are projects that won't take months to hopefully to build. We could be converting these units, potentially hundreds of units of new housing units in the next 12 to 18 months. The issue there is a problem we're having with the project-based vouchers with HUD, the federal agency, not aligning its permitting the same way that California has done it for the state environmental review, and that has caused a holdup for us. And we've been reaching out to our state and federal legislators to help us resolve that, align state and federal rules so that we can get these hotel conversions done as quickly as possible. But that's what I want to see in the next year to 18 months. Of course, the alternative safe parking program in Marina is one, but after we find that site, potentially needing another one for our residents living in vehicles in Salinas with the structured program as we were doing previously. But the main solution to homelessness is getting more housing built. And I know the city of Marina is proactive. Anybody who drives through the city will see that there's a lot of new housing getting built. Certainly, we need that portion of affordable units to get built, but also the city of Salinas has a significant area where it plans to build more housing as the cities of Gonzales and Soledad are coming to LAFCO to increase their sphere of influence to build more housing there. And I know even in unincorporated Castroville, Chispa has a project that it's moving forward to build more affordable units there as well. But these efforts is where in the next year and 18 months to getting housing built, significant amounts of housing, I hope that we could really focus on achieving that, because that is going to be the real solution to addressing the homelessness crisis in our county. The other major focus that we recently focused on as a board is also restructuring our local housing authority for Monterey County. I think the way it's structured now is not as effective as it could be. It could be better serving our residents. They control numerous hundreds of units of affordable housing units in Monterey County, also vouchers that serve low-income residents. And I think that's going to be a focal point this next year for our board to make sure that we can make it as most effective as possible as we appoint its governing board members as well. I think it is important to have a compassionate approach, but knowing that addressing homelessness is not an easy task. We have to try to build out these projects. They take a lot of resources. They're time intensive. It requires a lot of staff. And then we also have to deal with concerns that come from the public as well. So this is a balancing of issues. It's trying to address the public safety and health concerns, but also moving forward significant projects that could actually get people out of living out in tents and in the street in unsafe conditions. People should not be living in riverbeds in the Pajaro River. When there was the last major floods, as we're now going into the winter seasons where there is going to be more rain and more floods. I know that so when I was on the Watson City Council, we had an individual lose his life when the rivers filled up. So some of these things are done for safety concerns, because as we go into these winter months, it's not safe to have people camping out in riverbeds that overnight and one atmospheric rainstorm could potentially put lives at risk as well. So I think that some of the steps that we take are for a lot of reasons, but I think we have really tried to change the tone of how we address homelessness in Monterey County, doing it with compassion and with respect and dignity, but knowing that some of when we try to address some of the problems that are happening now in our neighborhoods and in our cities, it's not always an easy approach. It's not just black and white. There's a lot of gray areas and sometimes issues that we don't always discuss out here in public, but they are real concerns for the community as well. But I look forward to continue working collaboratively. This is a conversation today that we don't often see. anywhere in local government. But I hope we amplify this even more. And I hope this helps us generate more political will to do a lot more as we're just starting this work. And there's a lot more to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's been working on this just tirelessly. There are more than 10,000 homeless kids in the school districts here in Monterey County. I've been working on this issue since there were fewer than 3,000, and it was shocking even then. When I'm sorry, Chris isn't here right now, but his boss, Simone Salinas, and I co-chaired the Lead Me Home program 10 years ago. And I agree with him. It really was very frustrating, and it remains frustrating today. We heard that when we heard this morning about all of the people who are being impacted by the sweeps that are going on, that what have we accomplished in the last 10 years? I just have to scratch my head and think of what. I really hope that in addition to Salinas and King City, that we're able to look on the Monterey Peninsula and in the other cities around our area to see, and in the non-incorporated area, to see if there are other hotels and motels that we might be able to use to provide permanent housing for people who are experiencing homelessness on the coast. I was disappointed to hear that the Sheriff's Department's host community outreach program has been suspended or disbanded. I'm not sure which, but I was disappointed because we've got our own issues here on the peninsula, which is an encampment in the 5th District near the Carmel River Bridge. I would like to see the Sheriff's Office continue to work collaboratively with the health and human service providers and take the most humanitarian approach to their interactions with people who are experiencing homelessness, and to see them as people and to see them as individuals and not to see them as just a lump of people. I really thank those very many bold souls who have just worked tirelessly on this issue, and I'm happy for the presentation today. It is exhausting work, and the energy that requires takes more than just strength. It takes actual determination and grit and focus on the future, and that's what this plan is. And I'm hopeful, and I'm very thankful for its integrity, and I'm just hopeful that we will do our job and ensure that the work gets done. And if we aren't able to make it happen within the next 10 years, I really question our own integrity. We have to take action now to really make sure that we look at all of the people who are suffering from homelessness in our community. And I'm very thankful for those brave people who stood up today to let us know what's happening with them. It's those personal stories that will remain with me as I continue to think of next steps that we can take to move forward with addressing this unbelievable issue in our time, in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I too appreciate all the people who've been involved in making this presentation to us. And I really disagree with Mr. White. It's analysis of giving us an F grade. If you look back 4 or 5 years ago, I know Supervisor Alejo was fighting just to keep the warming shelter open a while longer, and since then we've come together. We had our temporary shelter. We built the share center. We've done home key. We have this seaside shelter, and so obviously we look at this. It's not enough, but we have moved substantially forward and continue to do so. And so it may not be an A grade, but it's higher up than I think an F grade. And looking at the stats in the other report, I'm concerned that we have about half the homeless in our county in Salinas. What really bothers me is seeing that 14% of the homeless are youth. I think that's something where we really have to get involved in to provide them what they need and the resources so they're not homeless. I'm concerned that 18% of the homeless have had contact with the criminal justice system, and I think we have to work on that. I know when I was on the bench, I started the mental health court, and it was labor intense, but you saw those people whose primarily affliction was mental health issues, and not so much criminal issues, but they came through the jail at 8 times the rate of other people, and that's an area I think we can really focus on. And you have to do that because some of these people out there, until you address their mental health issues and the other ones, they won't come into our facilities. They can't abide by what we need there. And so I think that's important that we bring the resources, the social services and the health here. Power Road cleanup, I think this is the second time we've done it, and it has to be done. It's a danger to those people, but it's a health and safety issue on a major waterway, federal waterway, and I think we brought 6 or 7 or 8 agencies together to make sure we're doing it the right way. We have a place to store their property if they need that. We had the outreach people out there first, and I think it'll be better when we get, as Supervisor Alejo mentioned, a homeless director, so that we're doing it. We don't have to bring all of us together every time and have 10 of us meeting, trying to make sure that we're doing it the right way. I agree with Supervisor Alejo. We have to restructure the housing authority and how it's being managed at this time. And I really thank Eric Lindquist for his direction that he's leading us. But he's right. There are a lot of hurdles. It always sounds good just to build affordable housing, but as he knows, and we all know, there are a lot of hurdles. First thing we're dealing with is trying to do affordable housing or any housing in North County. And first thing we know, well, no, you don't have enough water, you can't do it. The Coastal Commission has been a hurdle. We're trying to fight to get the Chispa project, which is a major one, off the ground, but there's hurdles there. And you look at Salinas has a major housing development going, but it's with a number of houses, but it's mired in a lawsuit, and so those things, if we can simplify it and cut through the red tape and keep the lawsuits away from us, I think we can do so much more than we're doing now. So thank you. Those are my thoughts after hearing the presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you all for your comments. And again, to Roxanne, thank you for the work, and the team, everyone that's worked on works with the coalition and worked on this, trying to really have a data-driven approach to what's realistic, what can we achieve, how can we actually address the needs of our neighbors here in Monterey County. These are not easy conversations to have. There's no simple answer. And if there was a simple answer that we could just say, okay, let's just adopt the plan and therefore we've done the right thing, we wouldn't, but the challenges that we're facing are challenges that our neighbors across the state are facing as well. And so I think continuing to look to best practices, continuing to look beyond best practices, I think on some level right now, what we're dealing with at the state is needing to develop best practices and really step outside of what we've done in the past to ensure that as we think about the on-ramp time to build housing, and yeah, I'm there, let's go, let's get that done. We've invested in a housing director, we've invested in some housing planner positions here at the county. I know our cities are all, at least those I've spoken to, are on board to help make that heavy lift as well. But best case scenario, we're talking about a 1 year, 18-month, 2-year timeline before we have the number of additional units that we need for people who are unhoused today. And so when I look at the plan, I really have to, for me, I'm looking at item number 3, the strategy area number 3, about how we expand service-oriented responses to our unsheltered homeless neighbors today. And that's an area that I think we need to continue having a conversation about. It's an area that's going to require intensive resources. It's an area where nobody wants to have homeless services in their neighborhood or in their backyard. And the reality is we need everyone to continue to do more. I love that King City is stepping up, right, and bringing Home Key into the community. Seaside welcomed a shelter into the city. Marina continues to have nearly as many shelter beds as the rest of the county combined. So we know that there's a lot of people doing the heavy lift work, but we need more. We need places for people to be legally and safely while we work to build additional housing units. We need to find ways to treat people who are tired and hungry and under tremendous stress. We need to find ways to continue treating them with respect and compassion and care that they deserve to have as fellow humans. And again, none of this is going to be easy, but I do think that today, if we could, I think that the item is agendized as providing direction to staff as appropriate. And I would like to see this board formally adopt the 5-year plan, 5-year update. I think that's something that we could give direction on today to adopt. Yep, I'm getting thumbs up from our council. So I would like to move that we formally adopt the 5-year, the Lead Me Home plan update today. And I'll make that in the form of a motion. And I also just want to say thank you for engaging in the conversation and being willing to, for all of those who joined us online today, thank you for being willing to engage in the conversation. And I very much look forward to the March convening where we will be able to have, I think, some more robust conversations with all of our city partners. But I'll put a motion out on the table.
Second motion.
All right. I think we'll throw it to online, although we do miss having you here, Alejo. This is our first meeting. We've got 4 of us here in the room. So we'll do a motion by Supervisor Askew, a second by Alejo to adopt the 5-year plan update. And we will take a roll call vote on that.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. And then the other question that I have before we move on to our next item was in regards to, I think item number 2.4 on the plan referenced housing vouchers. And I know that we've had some discussion at our retreat last week, 2 weeks ago, about the Housing Authority. This board, thank you, Supervisor Alejo, we sent a letter asking the civil grand jury to look into some of the functions and operations and challenges that our Housing Authority is facing. But just wanted to make sure that maybe, Eric, we could just get an update about what you're looking to bring back to this board in terms of options for us to consider.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. We are in the process of researching available options for the county to look at the Housing Authority and what the current services that it provides and what housing and community development can do in order to support, augment, or advise the Housing Authority upon. We're going to be circulating some internal communications regarding that subject.
Excellent, thank you. And our Housing Authority is such an important community partner. They have about 5,000 community choice vouchers that are out in the community, as well as the ability to do some development projects to help us continue to build those units that we know we need. So look forward to getting some information back on that. Having said that, I will just again thank everyone for being willing to engage in the discussion, engage in the conversation. We will keep talking about this and recognize that in the meantime, we do have thousands of unsheltered neighbors who, for them, this is the urgency of this discussion and the action that we take can't be underestimated. So I just want to recognize and know that that's what's driving me to keep pushing as hard as we can. All right. Supervisor Alejo, did you have any final remarks before we move on? And I just want to again thank you for representing this board with the coalition.
No, ma'am, I think it's all well said. And again, thank you once again to all our homelessness champions and also the folks who speak up for homeless residents. I appreciate that we get members of the public who take time to speak up for them as well, because I think those voices need to be part of any conversation, including these public meetings. So I did want to recognize those voices today.
Right, thank you. And we are, I thought we were going to be far, far beyond schedule, but we're right on track. So it's 3:38 and we will continue on with item number 12, which is to receive a progress report from ITD in response to board referral 2021.08 to expand broadband access and work to close the digital divide. I believe we have Eric Chatham, who's our ITD director, here to present.
Good afternoon. Are you able to see my screen?
It's up. We got you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Except my screen is changed here. Hold on one second. Okay, thank you. Chair, members of the board, staff, and members of the public. I'm Eric Chatham. I'm the director of ITD for the County of Monterey, and I'm here today to provide the quarterly report on our board referral addressing digital divide and community broadband. And I'll go ahead and skip to the next slide. So we were asked to look into one of the items that we're reporting on is looking into setting up potentially a JPA, and what we had started was a task force. We've had our first meeting of that task force, and we've started developing the vision and for the regional broadband effort, setting up appropriate governance and meeting schedule, as well as starting to look at how do we go about developing a strategic plan. We have another meeting that's being scheduled here shortly so that we can start getting into those in more detail. So we have kicked off that task force, and we will continue to provide updates in our future reviews. The broadband RFP we had received in June about 1.935 million in ARPA funds that we put together an RFP proposal that was released in September. We had a pre-bid meeting in October with quite a few attendees, both local small business and large commercial businesses came to those meetings. We then solicited those bids. Our contractor responses were due on the 12th. Can acknowledge that we did receive 5 referrals back from that responses, and we are now in the review process and looking at how those responses came through, and then we'll start to going through the process of issuing work to be done based on the RFP. So we've done a lot of work in that space. That's where we've put a lot of our efforts recently, and we've moved the needle pretty significantly here pretty quickly. So we're excited about going through the RFPs and then starting to select vendors to actually put some broadband work into play. And then with some of the information that came across by Supervisor Lopez, we did get the Golden State JPA board resolution passed, and we are part of that. We've started looking at this JPA basically is going to be focusing on broadband work with some of the foundational readiness, ensuring all member counties have broadband strategic plans. We've been reaching out, and there's some funding that's available for getting a strategic plan built for the County of Monterey, which we'll be looking at taking advantage of. It will also be looking at capacity building as to how do we equip rural counties with information resources and different models and approaches to broadband deployment. And then also demonstration projects, which is implementing open access municipal broadband projects. So we'll be staying very tied closely to the work that's happening in there and looking at where we can potentially grab funding and where we can actually continue to move the needle on providing broadband. And then finally, the last update for this is our public Wi-Fi, the work that we could do as just from the county level. We took 22 different buildings throughout the county that we've now put public Wi-Fi on that allows county residents that are within 328 feet of those building perimeters to be able to access Wi-Fi. And in the first 30 days that we had launched those, we had over 1,666 unique devices connect with over 3.2 terabytes of data being consumed by those the folks using that public Wi-Fi. We have an additional 5 sites that we're reviewing right now for potentially adding more access to some other areas so that we can continue to do everything we can within our county building space to push broadband and Wi-Fi access to different locations. And we're looking forward to actually finishing our review of the RFP responses, and in our next update, hopefully having some real positive information about doing some larger broadband projects with our local providers. And with that, that completes my update, and open to any questions, comments, or direction.
Great. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And I thank you for your presentation and the progress that has been made so far. And I know it's great having you directing IT, because with your experience, you're able to give us your expertise on moving numerous efforts forward in this realm. But on the task force, could you let us know who's on there so far?
So our first meeting, we had the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership was there, the City of Salinas, MCOE, and it's Tellius Ventures, which is Steve Blum, who's been a big one of the technical assets for building out much of what's been done in the County of Monterey as far as documentation.
Great. And I think, so I know we're kind of in a waiting mode to see how the state's going to roll out their middle mile project, their last mile, the CPUC reforms, the legislation that we just signed all goes into effect next year. So some of this in terms of other potential rounds of funding, we're kind of in a wait and see mode. But I thought the task force was important to have the local conversations going to help us prioritize needs. And I know the JPA that you talked about through the RCRC organization that we signed on to will help us do that needs assessment for Monterey County, and then be able to also hopefully connect that with neighboring counties as we look at regional infrastructure. But there was also a question about mapping on where do we have existing infrastructure and where are the needs. Is that a goal that we could achieve in the next year or so to start looking at? I know my conversations with Steve Blum and his prior Central Coast Broadband Consortium said that it's possible, and it's possible to, even if the existing internet service providers don't want to share the technology, there's ways that we could map that. But I think that would at least let the county know, while we're waiting for things to happen at the state level, we could start at least saying, where do we have infrastructure and where do we not have, for example, just fiber. So could that be put on a list of things to do in the short list of goals?
Yes, actually that is one of our number one tasks. We've leveraged even in our RFP is to have individuals, because there's a lot of areas that came in where folks said, hey, the mapping that you currently have, which is the CCBC map, is actually a fairly accurate map. So there are areas that individuals have had different views on whether there's what kind of fiber's there and what's available, and does it go to the household or does it just go to the street. So we've asked the different RFP respondents to, if there's changes in the mapping that you don't believe are accurate, please update it and let us know. So we're pushing it both directions. We also have information on different amounts of fiber just that the county has used or is using that is available in different areas, and we're updating the maps as well. So we'll be looking at trying to get that map updated the best way we can, because what we want to do is be able to accurately come in with, here's middle mile type of work that needs to be done if funding comes up from some of the state and federal areas that you mentioned earlier, so that we would have a plan in place for where we can go. We do have conversations with some of the other counties, Santa Cruz County and San Benito as well, just looking at where are other areas that we can expand or leverage, and that's part of the goal. And we will start accelerating more with our task force now that we've got the RFP released. We had a lot of heavy lifting to do there and get it done, because we wanted to move that as quickly as possible so we could start getting that work, because a lot of this work is, can be multi-year. And so we wanted to get that, make sure we got RFPs and funding released is a priority.
Right. Thank you, Eric. And the only other last thing I would add is the biggest news that happened yesterday, which was the signing of the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that was bipartisan, but that bill contained 65 billion for broadband, and some of that was for affordability to subsidize some of the service that's required for families to make it more affordable. But I believe out of the 65, 42 billion is going to be placed in grants for states for different projects. So I just want us to make sure we're flagging it with our lobbyists to make sure that we're part of those efforts. And hopefully, I know that unlike previous formulas where different states are given a certain proportion based on population, I think this is going to be, the 42 billion is competitive. So it's up to states to, I think, apply for it and explain how they're going to use it. I think the local news said that we're guaranteed 100 million, but that's really very small when you look at the cost of any sizable broadband projects in the state of California. But I just want to make sure we're putting that on our list because the money was just signed, and I want to make sure as a county that we're talking with the state to make sure how we're going to draw down that funding and be able to do even more beyond the 6 to 7 billion the state approved in June. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to briefly touch one point that wasn't in the presentation, but Eric, I think you need to add the feather to your cap was we did get the CPUC to fund the San Gerardo project, and that the county is a partner in that and using the facility off LaGuardia to be a point of where we will be tapping into the fiber there below the building. So that's very exciting, completely funded by the CPUC for 3 years of free internet to that community. So another one we want to make sure to highlight. The middle mile maps have been released by the state and they've been out for comment. I've looked at them several times, submitted a couple comments about communities that the fiber did not run near. And so I would just want to make sure that the community is aware, as well as the rest of the members of the board, that those maps are out there and there's an opportunity to comment on whether or not that state middle mile network runs through your community. And then lastly, on the Golden State Connect piece, I think that's going to be critical moving forward because it's a unified voice from rural Californians talking about the challenges that we face and also highlighting the needs that we have. And as we know, the funding, even as the $1 trillion package that passed at the state level focused on the word rural and rural communities. So as we work through that with that clear designation of Monterey County as a rural community, knowing the challenges we have in Prunedale, Big Sur, South County, we're going to have some big opportunities and we just have to be well positioned. And I think that overall what I'm hearing here is with the task force and with all the different partnerships we're creating, we're headed in the right direction. And I know that the work isn't done yet on this referral, but thank you, Eric, for all the efforts you've put in thus far. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your support.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I also just appreciate very much the work that both my colleagues and Eric have done to help close the digital divide. It's really an issue that we've been dealing with for a number of years. Thank you, Chris, also for mentioning Big Sur, because with all of the work that we're doing, I just have to be sure that the Big Sur area and then also areas of Carmel Valley, like the Kashawa area, are included in the work that we're doing. I haven't looked at the maps for the middle mile, and I very much appreciate your drawing that to my attention so that we'll be able to do that. But I am just woefully conscious of lives that have been lost because of not having any kind of connectivity, particularly down the coast. And I just wanted to be sure that those parts of our county are not left behind. So again, thank you so much, Eric. It was a really good report. And as always, the work is just excellent. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation, Eric, and all the work you're doing for us. But yeah, I'm like Supervisor Adams, I'm a little concerned about North County, just because we have all those canyons and valleys and peaks, and so a lot like Big Sur, when you really analyze it and the cost benefit ratio, they say, well, this will only benefit 50 people or 50 residents, and it won't get the benefit for 500 or so. And the same way with Kachawa and some of your areas that I want to see us keep focusing on some of the more remote, difficult reach to areas. So thank you.
Thank you both.
And I don't have anything more to add. So thank you so much for the report, Eric, and thank you for the referral, Supervisor Alejo. I think we are just receiving this progress report today, so I didn't hear any specific further action that we need to take a motion for. But let's take this out to public comment. Is there any public comment on this progress report from ITD regarding broadband? We have the phone number ending in 902. I believe that's Nina Beatty. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Municipal wired cable broadband to the device is the right path. If the county is pushing wireless internet, then it's not protecting the health of residents. Superintendent Gus's remarks earlier about Wi-Fi ignore the hazards to children from wireless radiation exposure that's well known to researchers, reviewed by New Hampshire, the state of New Hampshire recently, and the recent DC court decision against the FCC. This is mandated exposure, and it blocks the access of EMF disabled people to homes, their communities, and essential services. Seriously ill disabled people I know are terrified by these rollouts. The county represents the radiation is safe for everyone, which is false. The task force appears to be on the same path. This is a highly discriminatory program. On August 13th, the D.C. Court of Appeals ruled against the FCC's order on its RF exposure guidelines about exposure with children, to children, as well as long-term exposure, new technologies, including 5G and environmental exposure. The court said the FCC's order was arbitrary and capricious. Until the FCC evaluates the research and makes a reasoned decision about exposure to children and long-term exposure and the rest, any decisions by the county or the task force to deploy wireless internet, hotspots, and antennas exposing children in the population to more wireless radiation can be argued to be arbitrary and capricious as well. Completely ignoring the needs and access by EMF disabled people, including those who have medical devices or medical implants, such as Parkinson's deep brain implants, or with nerve injury, or people with electromagnetic sensitivity, is highly discriminatory. Now this county has erected new access barriers by installing Wi-Fi around county buildings against
Nina,
these
I'm
members
sorry
of the
that
public.
we're out of time and I have to interrupt you. Is there any other public comment on this item today? Seeing no additional public comment, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board to receive this progress report. Seeing no action required, we don't need to take a vote, and we can move on to item number 13. But first, I need to check and see if Alex in our media room needs to take a break to change the DVD. You're good. Okay, Alex is good. Thank you, Alex, in the media room. We appreciate you broadcasting us. And we will move on with item number 13 to see here. This is regarding water and energy efficiency and landscaping ordinance, continued from November 2nd. And I believe we have Jamie Guthrie, a senior planner, here with us today to give a brief presentation. Jamie, we are looking for you to give you permission. We're promoting you up. You should be with us any minute now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jamie Scott Guthrie, and I will be presenting the my apologies. Oh, here we go. The new computer, so being a little tricky. All right, I am, as I said, Jamie Scott Guthrie, here to present the Water and Energy Efficient Landscape Ordinance as Monterey County Code Chapter 16.63, also known as REF 21007. Just a brief background, we were here on November 2nd, and the Board of Supervisors continued introduction of this item due to concerns about the complexity of the ordinance. Staff does acknowledge this complexity and addresses these concerns in this presentation. The reason we're here today ultimately is that the state law requires the county to implement the state's model water efficiency landscape ordinance, known as the MWELO. That would be for all residential or non-residential products that require a permit, plan check, or design review. And if the county does not adopt a local ordinance that is at least as effective at conserving water as the state's MWELO, then the county is required to implement the state law. So absent a local ordinance, actually, I apologize. I think I need to move this. I see that some of, okay, here we go. So absent a local ordinance, the county has been implementing the state law since 2010. And the board did continue this item on November 2nd to consult with constituents regarding concerns about the ordinance. In particular, one issue surfaced that the ordinance is too complex or onerous with all of the requirements for maintenance, existing landscape, technical reports and plans, fire defensible space, and certifications. Now, to be at least as effective as the state law at water conservation, the county ordinance is required to include these requirements from state law. And this would be at a minimum, and all of the statutes are to the right, upper right corner. Constituents' concerns were also addressed in the county ordinance regarding county-specific applicability, replacement and amendment of vegetation, and landscape maintenance during drought conditions. As such, the local ordinance provides 9 more exceptions than the state ordinance, or rather the state law. And these exceptions speak to county-specific conditions, such as agricultural cultivation activities and construction of structures or change in use of a structure, as long as there's no change in the existing landscape. And so there are that many more exceptions locally in the local ordinance. The state law does not provide for replacement vegetation or amendment to landscape. However, the local ordinance specifies replacement planting may occur without amendment if the water use is lower or remains the same as the previously approved planting. The state law does not provide for handling landscapes in drought conditions. The state law is silent on that. However, the local ordinance is ahead of state law in requiring the use of landscape vegetation consisting of drought-resistant species. So the exceptions and replacement amendments and the drought conditions were all topics that are addressed in the local ordinance as topics brought up by constituents. Additionally, the local ordinance anticipates drought constraints on local landscapes. And this is done by integrating requirements of the Monterey County Code and policies of the general plan and the local coastal program. And many of the areas that are addressed through the local ordinance is special areas in the county, such as those that receive water from CalAm, the North County area, the 2019 Cal Green Building Code, which is chapter 18.11. There are parts of the Monterey County Code that work in conjunction with each other within the local ordinance, the local landscape ordinance. And sections are listed. They have to do with various topics such as weed control, water conservation, wastewater use, erosion control, stormwater quality management and discharge control, native or native compatible drought tolerant planting, prohibition of using invasive plant species, low impact development techniques, potable water use reduction, incentives to irrigate with recycled water, and utilization of converted waste product in the form of compost and mulch. These are all topics that the county already has in place in ordinances, and that the water and energy efficient landscape ordinance would make cohesive into one ordinance and show how they can all work together. Should the board decide not to advance the ordinance, the local ordinance, then the county would simply revert to implementing the state law. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of an inland and a coastal version of the ordinance in 2015. This particular ordinance is consolidated into one, and staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors find adoption of the ordinance is categorically exempt per the CEQA guidelines, and introduce the water and energy efficient landscape ordinance to add chapter 16.63 to the Monterey County Code, and set September 7th at 10:30 a.m. to adopt the local ordinance. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you for the detailed presentation, Jamie, and thanks for coming back to continue the item today. Questions? Supervisor Phillips?
I just have some comments, and as you know, I was the one that kind of to a hurdle in this last time, but it is a pretty complex issue, and when you talk about 24 pages for it, it takes some looking at. And I know we don't have a lot of choice about what we do, and we can't be less restrictive than the state law, but I've consulted with several landscape architects and landscape people to get their thoughts, and these are theirs, that the thought was, if the landscape manual that we're going to come up with could identify certain plants for each particular area of the county. I know that's a bit complex, but a list of plants and encourage the plants for each area that would be identified in those categories, the plants that are native to that particular area. And you know, you might have an area in Carmel Valley, in Carmel, in North County, in South County, and where you'd identify the native drought resistant, fire resistant, maybe deer resistant plants. And if you did that, and the manual had the area specific planning information, then the more extensive and complicated soil testing and other expensive draft requirements could then be eliminated as requirements, although they could remain as suggestions, because now we're looking at, you have to do all the soil tests for a particular area, like you're starting from ground zero and you're doing all those extensive soil tests. And if you had it that you knew that certain plants were indigenous to that or compatible with that, you wouldn't have to do that. So that's, I don't know whether that's feasible, but that was a suggestion that was made to me that I thought was a good one. The other problem that I see is, and I mentioned this to Eric when we talked Friday, the thing that says all required landscaping shall be reasonably maintained for the life of the project in healthy condition, free from disease, pest, weeds, and trash. I don't know of anything else that you, when you do it, you have to retain it for the life of it, and it doesn't take into effect that some of the drought conditions, some of the other things that may occur that that may require people to not keep it exactly in that condition. And I question, without the language being a little softer or encouraged to, that we're going to have more stress on staff and you get to the concern that some have raised of the angry neighbor. And so, well, you're not maintaining your yard the way I think you should do it, and I don't get along with you anyway, so I'm going to report this at your yard is it. So that was other concern that the people I talked to raised. And the other one was the issue of the what's it? You got the minor and the major, and the minor is 2,500 square feet. And some people thought, when you look at the front yard and the backyard, side yard, the 2,500 square feet may not, maybe ought to be expanded. But those are just the thoughts that the final thoughts that I had in reading through this. So.
Jamie, did you want to respond to those before we go into our next comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Phillips, for those comments. I would like to respond that the soil testing is only for would only be for part of the major landscape package, and that is actually part of the state law. That is a requirement of state law. And then, as is maintenance, so maintenance and landscape and irrigation are both required under the state law to it says shall. So and I think that it's a great idea for the plant lists. That would definitely be a part of the manual. The manual would be much more than 23 pages. So.
Yeah, well, I thought you might be able to justify not doing the extensive soil test if you, and maybe could sell that to the statewide if you had a list of those plants that could be planted in the soils there, and they were pre-approved, they were indigenous to there, they were fire safe, the ones you're encouraged to use, that the thought was you could bypass having to do all the soil tests, since you would be familiar with the soils in that geographic area. But that was just a thought. So.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I concur with the concerns that Supervisor Phillips raised, but as I did my research, I found more and more that as I typically like to bring up, they're unfunded and mandates required from the state that we do this work. And there is room for improvement in this legislation specifically to native plants, which are becoming more popular. And you look around Monterey County, most people are using them now to landscape their gardens. It's what you see in garden centers. And I think tossing that out as a way to avoid additional really cost to anybody putting together a project makes no sense. And so I wouldn't mind, even if we approve this, that we send a letter recommending that amendments be made to remove some of those or allow for the use of native plants to bypass certain requirements. I think that would be a compromise, given the fact that we're sitting up against really things that are outside of our control. But I'm ready to move forward, but would like to send a message to our delegation to say that while this might not be the most pressing need, given everything that's happening out there, it does have an impact on Californians' wallets and Monterey County residents' wallets. And in times like this, when we're seeing inflation, and we've got to save where we can, and this is an opportunity to do so.
Supervisor Adams, did you have any comment?
Well, I'm just wondering about your comments then. Are you asking that we not set December 7th to adopt the ordinance, that you want to see it amended before?
No, I'm fine with that. I'm asking that it come forward with a letter outlining some of the changes that Supervisor Phillips raised, as requesting some changes based on the recommendations made by Supervisor Phillips to be sent to our delegation in Sacramento at the same time.
So we would be able to bring it back by December 7th?
Correct.
Well, with that, I'll make a motion to do so if we've had it go out to the public.
All right.
With the inclusion of the letter?
With the inclusion of the letter. Thank you. Yes.
Is that a second, Supervisor Lopez? Okay.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to set the date for December 7th and a direction to ask staff to bring back a letter specifying some of the changes that we'd like to see at the state level. Is there any public comment on this item? We're on item number 13, the water and energy efficiency and landscaping ordinance. Don't have any hands raised, and we don't have anyone left in chambers with us. So we will bring it back to the board for, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I think, and I'm not trying to thwart this. I think the suggestion of by Supervisor Lopez is a good one, and I'll support it. But I do think if we can do something that cuts down the expensive costs, but encouraging people to say, well, you have to go through a soil test unless you plant these things that we know are drought resistant, this and that, and deer resistant, and other things that you would need. If you plant those, and we know that soil in that area is things, to me, it just makes sense, and it would encourage people to plant those things that are approved versus and avoid the big expense that they need for the soil testing. So that.
And so I think that's what we're suggesting the letter would do, right? That we don't have the ability to make that change to our local ordinance. So
well, if I may, just to address Supervisor Lopez Phillips' comments, often the landscape comes as a result of a new development. And that new development does have a soils report or geotechnical investigation that's part of it. So typically that analysis has already been done as a result of that development, but it does potentially add a cost for a rehabilitation of a landscape. And again, just so we're all aware, the rehabilitation of landscapes over 2,500 square feet. If you have an existing landscape, you're free to maintain that. You're free to do replacement plantings. So there wouldn't be that requirement for those lesser types of landscaping improvements. So I just want that to be known. And then should the board ultimately adopt this ordinance, we are required to submit it to Department of Water Resources. And so that would be an opportunity for us to put a cover letter on that we can ultimately bring back for consideration at the December 7th meeting that would support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindquist.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. We took it out to public comment. We're going to bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Ruvascu.
Aye. We will see this on December 7th. Thank you. Okay, moving right along to item number 14, which is a presentation from CAO Charles McKee about the facial covering ordinance number 5363.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As everybody knows, the county has adopted the face covering requirement in all indoor facilities in Monterey County. Since the time that the board first adopted that ordinance, there have been a lot of comments that have come into the board members and questions that have arisen over it. I would say with my own unscientific survey is that most people in the county are following the requirements of the ordinance, and there's been quite a bit of good compliance with that ordinance, and there was a lot of good face coverings wearing before we had the ordinance, but I think after the ordinance passed, I think that the numbers of folks using face coverings in indoor settings increased. I've had a request to put this on the agenda today so that the board could consider the ordinance and look at some of the options that might be out there to modify it or do something different going forward. And so that's why I'm presenting this today for your consideration. So sorry, I can't see my own screen here. Apologize. The way that the ordinance was drafted was to utilize CDC data as to whether you'd have the ordinance go into effect, and that's when we would be in the substantial or high category in the CDC data. Some of the challenges with using that CDC data, as we know, is that the origin of the input of that data is really unclear at this time. There have been some. You can look at the CDC website and get some understanding about how they collect the data, and how they put it together. But because there are some obvious differences between the county data and the CDC data, it's still unclear exactly how they're collecting it and reporting that data. For example, it's not really clear if there's any lag in reporting or how real time their data is. As I said, it doesn't match the local data. It's not available over weekends or holidays. If you were looking at the county data, we can ask the public health department here, or division of the health department, to questions about the origin of the data. It's they work for the Board of Supervisors, so you can ask questions about what the different pieces mean, where you're not really able to do that with the CDC. There is a 7-day lag in the county data, so that does impact the usefulness of the data, but it's obviously far more comprehensive than what we're getting from the CDC. You could also ask the public health department if you wanted to, or division, to provide that data every day. I know they don't do it now. It might be something that could be beneficial to you if it was something you wanted to use as a metric going forward. And you can also ask them to see if they could put together different data sets that might help you decide what you want to have as far as metrics for a facial covering ordinance. So here's how the CDC has theirs set up. As I think everybody knows, they have the low, moderate, substantial, and high transmission. And right now today, the CDC has the County of Monterey at 83.63 per 100,000. And so we're in the substantial category. We've gone back and forth between the moderate and the substantial. We even were down at the low at one point, but right now the CDC has us in the substantial transmission category on the case rates. Our positivity rate is down at 2.53%. Based on the CDC data, which puts us in that low transmission category. However, what the CDC does is that they use the higher of the metrics when they're deciding which category to put you in. So with the 83.63 per 100,000 case rate, we are in the substantial transmission rate under the CDC data. If you look at the county's public health data right now, it's roughly below 10 per 100,000. Now that has also fluctuated a bit, but we've gotten close to 50. We may have had a day or two where it was above 50, but in general, it's been lower, significantly lower than the case rate that the CDC reports. So some of the options for the board to consider today is just to keep the ordinance in place, maintain the status quo, recognizing that it went into effect. You could just keep it going the way it is, based on the written ordinance as adopted by the board. You could also terminate or suspend the facial covering requirement at this time. You could direct us to return at a special meeting or at the next regular board meeting to adopt an urgency ordinance, which would require a 4/5 vote, or introduce a due course ordinance, which is what you have in place now. But of course, that requires 2 meetings, and it's not effective for at least 30 days after that second meeting. So that would take quite a bit of time to do it. However, either one of those, if you were to come back, you might want to consider using different metrics. As I said, you could use the county public health data, such as the case rates that the public health division is reporting, the positivity rates, the hospitalizations, deaths, something else. You also could, if there's some other alternative metric you want the public health division or bureau to see if they can calculate for us, that's something else you might want to consider. Similarly, I would just comment that the other jurisdictions throughout the state that have masking requirements, are using different metrics. Many of them, I think, are using the CDC metric, the CDC data, but I'm not sure that they're all using that data. I will also note that there are some jurisdictions that are far more restrictive in what they're doing right now. So for example, I think Los Angeles and San Francisco are requiring proof of vaccination as well as or negative COVID test, as well as masks to enter any indoor facility, public facility. So with that said, I will take any directions or instructions from the board.
Well, I'll speak up because I'm the one that asked to put this on, and I think it's when you get something like this, I think we should be looking at it the way we drafted it. I obviously voted against it, but the way we drafted it, it was for 30 days or until terminated sooner, and it would be my position that we ought to terminate it. I think it was either terminated or suspended, but I think it sent the wrong message when before we were relying on our health director, and we kept pushing that we had to follow the directions of our health director for obviously health reasons. I think it sent the wrong message when a political entity gets in and makes that decision, and I think it hurts the credibility of our health director, and I think people lose confidence in it, and it's harder to get them to follow the mandates when our health director says that. And so I think we should leave it to Dr. Marino to make that decision. And we talked to him today, and he's not prepared. He doesn't feel we're in that place. I think we leave it at a strong recommendation when practical that people use a mask when they're indoors. Frankly, I don't have a lot of confidence in the accuracy of the CDC as it reflects the current COVID situation in Monterey County. And I think that's unfortunate that we're tying it to the CDC. And I think it creates confusion. I mean, before we set this mandate, when I go to my racquetball club in shape, and we go in there, we all know we have to wear a mask until we get to where we're either lifting the weights or on the racquetball court. Now they don't know what, I mean, they were approaching us and thinking, well, maybe under this mandate, we have to wear a mask when you're on the racquetball court or when you're actually on the exercise machine, and it caused confusion. And I think the public, frankly, had an easier time to accept requirements that we're doing when businesses are saying this is what we need to keep everybody safe and our business in control. And I think they're losing some confidence in us. And it's requiring it in every situation is there's no problem. I think all of us, when we're going into a public, into a store or shopping and you're 15 or 20 minutes, people are, almost everybody's wearing a mask. But if you have an hour and a half meeting, and a thing, I mean, the board of directors at Rancho Cielo had a meeting at the Portola Hotel today, and it's a meeting. They're in there. There's 20, 25 of them, but they got to wear a mask. And I've then got complaints from people I play racquetball with that were complaining that they had to wear a mask all during the church service, and they didn't think it was necessary, and they were socially distancing. And I think enforcement on this, I hate to see a mandate that really is unenforceable. It sends the wrong message, and I don't think we could enforce this even we tried. I don't think the cities are able to enforce it or have to for it. A number of cities don't. And frankly, I don't think, I think most people support masks when it's appropriate. But I don't, I got more negative comments about us, and not from people that were anti-mask or anti-vaccination, but I don't think it has the support of the majority of our citizens. So if we do have, and we hear now, well, we're going to have a winter surge. If that occurs, I think I have no doubt that Dr. Moreno will step in and make what orders he feels are necessary. So that's why I don't support continuing this mask mandate.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, well, I disagree with my colleague here as we did previously, but nothing has changed since the last time. In fact, we've confirmed that we're still in the substantial category. And I would say that our previous decision by the majority of this board is in alignment with the 9 Bay Area counties to the north of us, who all have a mask order and have a more stringent requirement to get out of the indoor mask order. Only the county of Marin has met those 3 requirements and have moved out as of, I believe, November 2nd. But the rest remain in that. And I do want to also say that we have not taken the more drastic steps to protect the public as the other Bay Area counties have by requiring proof of vaccinations and verification of driver's license to those proof of vaccinations as those other counties have. So I would say there's disagreement there, but our decision is in alignment with the 9 Bay Area counties. And in fact, theirs is more stringent than ours. Ours is more flexible. And the second thing is, since we discussed this last time, we've got confirmation that from our governor and even from the president that we're expecting a winter spike of additional cases or perhaps hospitalizations, as happened last year, as the weather becomes colder and as more events go indoors, and also the upcoming holidays. So I think this is that time to be more cautious, that just approving the order, although not everyone is 100% following it, a significant amount of our public are following the indoor mask order, because I think there's a recognition that it's the mask orders and the vaccinations, and now extending to young children and the booster shots for those who are eligible, are the two reasons that we're going to be able to try to counter this expected winter spike in the coming months. So I want to be real frank. It's not, we know that this is an inconvenience to some. We know that there's those vocal friends of yours and other vocal community members that just don't like any mask order at all. But it's a temporary inconvenience to try to save the lives of our residents. I just remember posting, as we look at our death data, which continues to climb for some reason. I'm assured that the numbers are not as high, but just a couple of weeks ago, we reached 600 deaths. I think today we're at 613 of our residents. And so as we're going into these weeks, we know what's coming. And it's not just saying, just take it out because I got some complaints from my friends, but it's really we're in the position to try to protect the public and try to protect lives and not have people end up hospitalized. And yes, we remained open, but we want to remain open. I hope that we don't get to another phase in the next few months if things get so bad that we're in a tough situation again. And if we look at what other counties are doing just north of us who have taken more stringent efforts, I think we've taken a much lighter approach. And I think the fact that we were, for a few days, at least in the moderate range, I think is a testament to our efforts to try to how the public takes this seriously. It's not a time to relax. It's not a time to let your guard down. It's a time to encourage now our public and our families to get their children vaccinated. Now those 5 through 11, it's a time to get our booster shots. It's a time to tell members of our public where we need to go to get those. Those are the efforts that we should be doing, not sending a message that oh, it's an inconvenience. We should just not do it at all. And I think you made an inaccurate statement. It is enforceable by the county for certain businesses, as our county council, I think, has repeatedly said, in our environmental health, they regulate restaurants in Monterey County. So regardless of whether a city decides to enforce it or not, because we regulate, our environmental health department regulates restaurants, we can enforce that order based on complaints that we receive. There is less flexibility when it comes to large retail outlets like Walmart or Home Depot or other big outlets, or our convention center. But so far, from what I hear, many of them, those businesses are compliant. They do have the signs posted. They do ask people to wear their masks. So although they're not policing it, they are asking people to follow it. And so there's a difference there. So every person that we can get to at least voluntarily take that extra precaution by putting on a mask only when they're indoors, I think it's worth doing. And so it's not perfect. I do recognize the frustration by some in our community. I've heard it by some, but I think we're going into this tough period soon. And this is not the time to send a wrong message here. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. My position has not changed, and I've heard from people I've never heard from before in my community raising, concerns about just the process that we've chosen as a trigger. And so given that, I'm in the same place as I was before. My position hasn't changed overall, but I would hope that if nothing else, we could tie our trigger to local data. I mean, there we have somebody who can answer. If we're not willing to, allow the health professionals to make these decisions as we have from the beginning, at least tie it back to local data where we can ask questions locally and get answers quickly. But that's, in my opinion, at this point, the low-hanging fruit that sits before us, given the conversations I've had with my community who, well, some say, hey, we don't support it overall, but at least fix the trigger so we know where the answer's coming from. But that's where I am. I still overall would prefer that it be in the hands of Dr. Moreno, that it be in the hands of our health professionals. But that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll throw some comments in. I appreciate that again, none of these decisions are easy, and that there's everyone has opinions and feelings. From where I sit and what I committed to when I took this seat, this ordinance, yes, our health officials, they have responsibility for managing our healthcare capacity, for ensuring that our hospitals aren't overwhelmed. But the commitment that I have is to support our economic recovery. We're investing millions of dollars into our local businesses through small business grants. We're investing millions of dollars into childcare so that people can get back to work. I want our businesses to stay open through whatever surge comes this winter. And I want our kids to stay in school. I want the parents of our children to have the opportunity to go back to work if they so choose, without worrying that they're going to get a phone call at 7 p.m. saying your child has to stay home for the next 3 days because they were exposed to COVID in the classroom. I look at the data around the case rate in Monterey County, and our child care setting rates are nearly as high as the agriculture case rates. And that has spiked in such a short period of time compared to what it took for our agricultural rates to get to that almost $4,000 case rate. Our children are on childcare setting exposure is almost at the same rate, but that's happened very quickly. So my commitment with this ordinance isn't necessarily limited to the scope of our healthcare officials, but it's much broader in terms of how we send a signal to our community that says we care about one another, that says we're not going to leave families behind anymore, that says that parents and families who have just now gotten the chance to get our kids vaccinated. My son got his first shot. He won't even have a chance to be fully vaccinated until after Thanksgiving. We've got to wait 3 weeks. We've got to get him a second shot, and then we've got to wait 2 weeks after that for him to have full protection. Boosters are just now becoming available for everyone, and we've got to get everyone who we made that huge push to get the initial vaccinations done. We need them to get booster shots. So, and our families who have babies under the age of 5, there's a lot of babies under the age of 5. We have a lot of county employees and a lot of neighbors who have children under the age of 5. My job today is to be their voice and to say that it's not fair to keep them locked up at home because they can't safely go to the grocery store or go out to wherever they're going to go out in our community. They've been locked at home for 20 months, and it's not right. So I would urge us to stay the course with what we put in place. I urge us to err on the side of caution. I urge us to understand that this ordinance does not hurt anybody. It does not hurt you. My kid, all of our kids, but they wear a mask all day at school. I don't like it, but we can wear a mask all day when we're sitting here. It does not hurt me to do that. But the risk of harm when kids get exposed through community spread and miss school, there's harm done when kids miss school. There's harm done when someone has a COVID infection that causes them long-term health problems. There's harm done when someone gets exposed to COVID and ends up hospitalized. So my commitment is to fight to maintain a voice for families, to keep one another safe, and I would urge us to stay the course on this. Any other board comments before we go out to the public? Did we cover, did I get you, Mary? Okay, we'll go to the public first. All right, let's go to the public. We have a minute 30 on the clock for anyone who'd like to make public comment on this item today. Please raise your hand so that I can call on you. We'll start with Tom Short, followed by Rick Aldinger.
Thank you for letting me speak here, and I appreciate the board. I know this is challenging for you guys on both sides, but I'm viewing it from this viewpoint. Like, how long is this going to go on? Really? I mean, I still remember when it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve, right? And here we are. We're regressing back to wearing masks, and I think most experts say that COVID is here to stay. We have to learn to live with it. And does that mean you guys want us to wear masks for the rest of our life? I think that's kind of silly. And I feel like there's a little bit of this solidarity with what the Bay Area is doing. And yeah, okay, fine. We're not as stringent as the Bay Area is right now. I was just in San Francisco 2 weeks ago, and I had to show a vax card and everything like that. But what's to say you guys aren't going to do that next? I think our biggest concern here is that where's this going to lead? You know, are you guys going to regress, or is it going to get worse? And how long are we going to continue wearing these masks? I'll tell you, I hate wearing the mask. I think it's stupid. And Wendy, you brought up the kids. Kids are fine when it comes to COVID. They are not a threatened group. And now that the vaccine's here, I mean, no one's really under threat except the people that choose to be under their threat. And that's their personal choice. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for your comments today, Tom. Next up, we have Rick.
Thank you very much, Chair Askew. This is Rick Aldinger. I'm the chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association Government Affairs Committee. And I want to apologize, first of all, for not catching this during the initial discussions about the indoor mask mandate. At that time, I had no idea how large the variance between our local numbers and the CDC numbers was. When I first noticed the discrepancy and reached out for clarification, I was told it was due to a lag in the data. But as time went on, it became very clear that was not the case. Both our local Monterey County data and the state CDPH data have been consistently aligned since these discussions began, varying by very small amounts. The CDC data, however, has been all over the board with no apparent correlation to our local numbers at all. And I have been watching and studying these numbers very closely since I first noticed this discrepancy. The only conclusion I can come to is that the CDC data, being the obvious outlier here, is not a reliable measure of Monterey County's COVID environment. So it would surprise me greatly if we continue to rely on their numbers to determine the need to implement the indoor mask mandate or not. And naturally, we're all concerned about safety, and for that very reason, it's why it's so important that we use reliable and accurate data in our decision making. So I urge you to terminate the mandate today and move forward if you feel you must, using our local, reliable, and accurate data. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, for joining us and for your comments today. Any other public comment on this today? We don't have anyone in the chambers with us. So we'll do one final call for public comment. Please raise your hand so that I can call on you. We have one final hand raised. Dwight, thank you for joining us. And Dwight, we'll need you to unmute yourself on your end of the system. But thank you for joining us.
Is that better now?
We've got you. Thank you.
All right,
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I would very much agree with Supervisor Phillips regarding the reliability and the discussion about the CDC. And I had sent in some email information and noticed the KSBW report that showed that the CDC count confirmed or actually included both confirmed and probable cases, which makes it just, to me, totally inaccurate. And I totally agree that if we're going to be doing any kind of health safety thing, we should be looking at our own data, since that's where the origin is, and not be relying on the CDC, because it totally makes everybody crazy on why we are complying with something that isn't really accurate. So I think the compliance issue is not going as well as you think it is. I've attended some events and some things at hotels that virtually maybe 1 or 2% people wear masks. I think it's up to them to decide whether to wear it for their own safety. So I think it should be terminated right away, or at least put back into the health department's hands so that they can use our own data and then look at trends and not be so overreactionary with just some CDC mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Dwight. All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back. I think we, Supervisor Adams, over to you.
Thank you. I haven't heard from so many people in the district since, other than with short-term rentals. And it saddens me to see such controversy over the issue of wearing masks, because to me, wearing masks is simply a part of what we've all needed to do to protect one another during the pandemic. That's simply the way that we've had to roll. Most of the complaints that I've heard from the community, though, is why did we abandon our Dr. Moreno and his information, the local data, to go for the CDC? And I must tell you that I feel that that is correct, that we should be looking at the local data and we should tie everything that we do to local data. I was such a strong supporter of the of following the local metrics early on when things were not going the way any of us wanted them to do, wanted them to go. But I think that things have changed since we started out on this. Number one, children are getting vaccinated, and that was one of the biggest issues that we faced. I think as well, nothing is going to stop us from wearing masks. Nothing that we would do if we were to suspend or terminate this ordinance, nothing would stop us from wearing masks. I think that we're going to be living with COVID. I feel like this is something that we're simply going to be living with probably for the rest of our lives. There'll be a lot of different variants, but this is something that we simply have to address through the vaccination process. And we're probably going to have to get booster shots every year to ensure that we can continue to move forward with taking care of ourselves. The people that I tend to know wear masks anyway. You know, when you go into Costco or you go into a movie theater or whatever you're going to do, if you're going to be out in public with a whole lot of people that you don't know, and there hasn't been a vaccination mandate to get into the place, people that I know tend to wear a mask. Some people tell me that they wear a mask because they don't want people to think they're Trump supporters. So everybody's got their own reason for why they're doing it. But I just see that this has been such a contentious issue, and it makes me really, really sad. But as I said, so many of the comments that I've gotten recommending that we rescind it really do resonate me. And I think, as I had indicated at the very beginning, we should have stayed with the health department data rather than the CDC data. And having had the time to step back and look at our own data, the hospital data and the vaccination rates, I really feel that it would be wise for us to go ahead and practice what I think is simply common sense and governance, and tie a suspension to the facial covering requirement to local data. I think in many ways we've been a model in our response to COVID, and I believe that we can continue to successfully move forward toward a COVID managed world, but we're going to need to reassess what our goals are. One thing I want, though, is that I would like to appreciate getting perspective from Dr. Moreno on the county's case rates and the vaccination status at our December 8th meeting. By that time, my expectation and hope is that many more children will be vaccinated by that time. And as said from the start, I think that many of our Monterey County residents will continue to wear masks because that's one way that we're going to be able to protect ourselves and to protect others. I know that this is a change, and I'm sure that some of my colleagues are disappointed that I have changed my mind. But in listening to the comments from the district and looking at the data and just doing a little bit of soul searching about where we stand and knowing what the CDC is looking at, which is not the same. It's not a lag in information. They're looking at something different than what we're looking at. I feel confident in my decision to go ahead and ask that we suspend the facial covering requirement at this point, and at our December 8th meeting, have a report back from Dr. Moreno on the county's case rates and the vaccination status. And we could then make a different decision if we chose to. But at this point, I feel confident that we can go ahead and suspend the facial covering requirement, which has proven to be very difficult for people. It is very difficult to try to enforce something like this. And I think that I feel confident that we're making the right decision by going ahead and stopping the mandate and allowing people to move forward in the way that I believe that we are going to do. We've got to stop screwing around with not letting people get by without being vaccinated, and just completely focus our efforts in that regard. Thank you.
I'd second that motion.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. If I could, Supervisor Adams, if I could ask, being that, and I agree, like, let's keep focusing on vaccinations. Would you consider waiting until the next regularly scheduled meeting to make that suspension go into effect so that children who started their vaccination process would have the opportunity to finish their vaccination series to have full effectiveness?
I feel like I'm slapping you in the face, and I don't mean to do that, Wendy, at all. But I don't see any extended reason not to go ahead and do it now when things are as they are. I'm so sorry.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, I got my hand raised.
My apologies, Supervisor Alejo.
Comment on the motion. Yeah, it's unfortunate that this board is changing its prior decision and analysis only because it received complaints by a vocal minority. And it's a classic case of flip-flopping on policy and trying to data shop the data that you feel is convenient to get the result you want, rather than sticking to the CDC data, the national agency that we've relied on many decisions. And it's actually the data that the other 9 counties that actually have a mask order rely on. So this is unfortunate, and I take this with all due seriousness, because in our county, by far the people who have faced hospitalizations and death have been communities of color. So when I see that this decision is now being changed, when we could keep something in place that will save lives and reduce infection, and only because now we got a few opposition by those who are vocal, now we're completely changing our position from where we were for 2 days ago. And it couldn't be any clearer that it was only because of the vocal minority that sent complaints in to your offices. We're here to make tough decisions. Our board is following what the other health officers have done in the Bay Area. So we're not inventing, or we're not out alone on this. And the other orders are basing it on CDC data. And here we don't like that we're still in a mask order, or that the numbers aren't great. So now we're saying, let's just go to our local numbers now, even though other counties have not done that for their mask order. So I see what the writing on the wall, and even to change the data now and forum shop or data shop the data in an ordinance. Now the ordinance would have to be modified and put out for a couple of hearings. So that would push any change on the ordinance that we already approved by another. It would push us out to January. All this during a time that we know infections, hospitalizations are likely to spike. Not to mention perhaps more deaths, as we've seen almost every week. We've seen numbers continue to rise on the deaths. So I just wanted to voice that, and I think we are empowered to do something to protect the public, as our role is, and now we have completely done a 180 on what this majority had discussed and stated and articulated to the public just 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll go next to Supervisor Adams, and then we'll go to Phillips.
I think Supervisor Phillips had his hand up first, and then I'll go.
Thank you. I want to emphasize in response to Supervisor Leo, it wasn't a small minority. I got hit, and we got hit with more people doing that. And the comment about people of color, I think we did a heck of a job on getting our people of color, especially the farm worker and the Hispanic community, vaccinated more than any place else. You look at Salinas has the highest vaccination rate of any of us, which is surprising. So I think we did a pretty good job at reaching the what we thought was going to be the hardest to reach population that we could.
And I just wanted to say that perhaps my comments were unclear to Supervisor Alejo because it was beyond hearing from a few people. I did hear from people from all over the county, but that wasn't the only reason why I made my decision. I'm certainly not a flip-flopper. The only time I use flip-flops is on my feet on occasion. But one of the reasons that I did is that there are more children getting vaccinated. There is no enforcement possible on the mandate that we had going forward. And I do believe that we are with COVID and it's going to be with us for the rest of our lives, and we need to learn how to deal with it. There's absolutely nothing about changing this that will stop us from wearing masks. And I do believe that tying it to local data makes more sense than anything else. So I just wanted to clarify my reasons. Thank you.
Madam Chair, but changing your position from 2 weeks ago completely is by definition the flip-flop. And I'm not talking about a literal flip-flop here. I'm talking about changing policy positions from a couple of weeks. And we have over 430,000 residents. Unless each of your offices got more than half of that residents, it's a minority. And I bet the complaints you got were not more than a few dozen, not even in the hundreds. So I want to be very, very clear on that. And data shopping, I mean, this is one of those I think unfortunate examples done in public where the elected officials are just now out openly just choosing data just to get the result they want. And I think that's not how policy should start. And there are the two errors in what we just said. Children just started getting vaccinated 2 weeks ago. We have a very small number who have got vaccinated between the ages of 5 and 11. So just because we started with the first few hundred doesn't mean, oh, we should now just put this previous position aside. That's a big mistake. Secondly, it's incorrect to say it's not enforceable. I just finished saying, and our county council has said, we can enforce in literally hundreds of businesses, restaurants that are regulated by environmental health. So it doesn't cover every single business, but certainly when it comes to the restaurant industry in Monterey County, we do have the power to enforce based on complaints that we receive. Thank you.
Call for the question.
Thank you. Okay, so a handful of things, and we could keep discussing. I'm just wondering if there's any, we have a motion with a second. We've got a call for the question. That's what I did.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify, and it's to suspend it at this, effective immediately, I'm assuming, as well as directing Dr. Moreno or the Public Health Bureau to come back on December 8th with a presentation on our current metrics and data. Is that right?
Yes, that will give me another opportunity to flip-flop should I so choose.
All right, we'll take a roll call.
That's your prerogative.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
And I'm gonna know this is a motion to terminate to suspend the facial covering requirement. And I Supervisor Alejo, I just want to make sure you understood what the motion was.
Oh, Madam Chair, I was going to correct my
Okay.
no, obviously a no, based on everything I just finished saying.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying.
Just a little fired up here.
Okay, nope, I got it. It's a no. And if I may just remind everyone on our board, we spoke about, decorum and how we present ourselves publicly to one another. And so I just want to remind us, I know I have deep emotions in this moment, and I know that I'm not alone in that. But we do, I think, want to continue to, agree to disagree when that's necessary and continue to treat each other respectfully. So with that, we've taken action. We'll have this return again. And
one question, Madam Chair. I know there was concern about the timelines. So if the direction winds up being from the board to develop an ordinance that's tied to local data, as was stated earlier, wouldn't 4 votes make that effective immediately as an urgency ordinance?
We can be prepared to have an urgency ordinance that does that when we come back, or do course ordinance, depending on which way the board wants to go.
Okay, I just think it's an important point. But
And Madam Chair, I just want to also clarify, just, for everybody's information, the board's directive that facial coverings be worn in all county facilities is still in place.
As is a strong recommendation from our health officer that facial coverings be worn while indoors. Thank you. All right, next up is item number 15, County Administrative Officer comments and new referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I will have no additional comments, but I will announce 2 new referrals. The first is from Supervisor Askew, Chair Askew, to identify the process and funding for the renaming of certain streets in East Garrison and revise the street naming process. As people may be aware, there are many streets in the East Garrison area that are named after different persons connected to the military at different times that are probably offensive in names of Confederate soldiers and other individuals who may have been human rights violators. And the county approved those street names previously, and the process, it wasn't brought forward in the process to have a good discussion of what's appropriate for a name for a street. And so we'll be happy to refer that to the Public Works Department and Facilities Department to bring back some options for changing those names, funding sources, as well as identifying a naming process for the board to adopt. And then the new referral also, excuse me, from Supervisor Lopez, and this one should be noted as an urgency referral and requesting action today to send a letter of concern to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission regarding the proposed redistricting maps and their impact in the Salinas Valley. As many of you might be aware, there's the current maps that are being proposed dissect the Salinas Valley in different ways that would impact both the federal and state legislative districts. And so there's a request to send a letter to address that immediately. The letter was also included within your packet, and we'd request the board consideration of that letter to be sent if you approve that referral. And Madam Chair, that's all I have on the new referrals.
So for the urgency referral, you need action on that?
That is correct.
Okay. Supervisor Lopez, since you brought the referral in, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just
action?
wanted to share with the board. Obviously, I've been participating in the redistricting process at the state level, attending meetings and commenting. Unfortunately, I fear that those comments have not been heard, and I think the first iteration of maps released on the 10th reflect the fact that our voice has fallen on deaf ears to this point. And so I'm hoping that we can come together and send this letter today to address some of the challenges that have been put out in these maps in terms of the congressional district dissecting the valley in half, putting Soledad in a coastal district and the other 3 cities out in the San Jose district, which is really interesting. I can't think of the logic there. I'll try to restrain myself here. And even our Senate district carves King City in half, where we know that those folks who live up in Pine Canyon do consider themselves King City residents, as they have no grocery store, schools, or other amenities out in that area. They go to town and consider themselves part of that community. So those divisions have really created a lot of concern within my community. And I know that the division that has been proposed even from us in San Benito is also drawing concerns, as traditionally we're agriculturally based communities that have strong ties, relationships, and common base like farm workers in both of our areas. And so I hope that this letter is something we can get behind today. And I also do want to share that we plan on bringing together leadership from the Salinas Valley Thursday in the form of the mayors of all 5 valley cities and Supervisor Alejo and myself to share our concerns at a press conference, hoping to continue to draw attention to this matter so that we can get changes. Supervisors from San Benito will be joining us, as well as mayors from San Juan Bautista to share our regional concern. But I think that this letter is a strong statement from our board as to the need for additional attention in these redistricting matters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to propose action?
I would make that in the form of a motion.
Okay, I'll second that for you. Any other additional comments? Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I looked at this and I'm like you. You can't figure it out unless you're sitting in LA and just drawn lines. But is there anything? And I know San Benito County and Santa Cruz County has already sent letters. And is there anything else we can do besides concurring the letters in support of because like especially when you're splitting your cities apart and we have it just makes no sense at all. You know?
There's an option to submit comments on the website. I tried today to sign up for additional speaking slots on their actual hearings, and unfortunately they filled within a couple minutes. I'm assuming we're not the only ones that have concerns with the maps from throughout the state. And so if those become available, I would ask that everyone take an opportunity to sign up and make sure our voice is heard. But I think at minimum, submitting comments via the website at this point would be a great starting point as we continue to drum on commissioners and the overall effort on social media, tag them, and any concerns that you have that you post online. That does help. Thank you.
Yeah, I chimed in and spoke a month and a half ago, and you see how far that got us. So maybe that's why we ended up this way.
Supervisor Adams.
Yes, thank you. You know, in addition to what it's doing to the Salinas Valley, I really don't like it that we don't have our whole bay, the coastal area, protected in the same way that we have before. Now it's changed quite a bit. I would really worry about that. I also think it's an impact on our ability as a county to do the kind of legislative work that we have been able to do, speak as one voice in that sense. And now I feel like we're being split up all over the place. So I completely concur and was very pleased to see that you were bringing this forward. I totally support it 100%.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Adams just on the congressional seat, not keeping the Monterey Bay region intact as it had been historically between Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey counties. That's certainly a major change. But I think many of these changes, this is what happens when there is no representation from the Central Coast on the Citizens Redistricting Commission. This was something I weighed in throughout 2020. And we, in fact, had 2 potential candidates that made the final 60 out of thousands of people who applied. They narrowed the list down to 60. 2 were from Monterey County. 2 former county employees, in fact. Manny Gonzalez made the final list. Assistant County Counsel, who was retired, had made the list as an independent, and Manny was a Democrat. There was a Republican candidate who was also Latino. All were Latina from Santa Cruz County. And in the legislative process where they're able to strike out candidates at will from that final 60 list, all 3 were removed by legislative leaders, either from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. And those strikeouts were not, they're not made transparent to the public in this process. But now we have communities, especially in the Salinas Valley, that are divided in all 3 map proposals for Congress, for state Senate, and for state assembly. And in fact, it couldn't be clear that the dividing line is all along Supervisor Lopez's district, even though they share historic cohesiveness in the prior districts. They're agricultural, rural, largely farm worker communities. They're completely divided where they were once whole. For example, in the Assembly District, in the Senate District, the seat is currently held by Senator Caballero. It would shift the power base of that state Senate seat from Salinas to Fresno. Fresno was historically not included in that state Senate district, and the congressional seat for sure is the power is diluted and the communities are divided where they had historically all been together. So I think just for representation at all of those levels of state and federal government, I think it will lead to a loss of representation and power for our region, and it would remain so for the next decade. So this has major implications. So I'm hearing from agricultural leaders, from labor leaders, community leaders, civil rights groups, that this first draft was they've they haven't done their work, and we have an opportunity from now, and I think through mid-January, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're going to do at least several more rounds of draft maps. We have the opportunity to weigh in to make sure they get it right on behalf of all the residents of our county. We have an important obligation here to protect our political strength of our region. And if we fail to act, this will remain for the next 10 years. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Public comment on this board referral. Any public comment? Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment and bring it back for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Leho,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And Chris, Supervisor Lopez, could you say again when the press conference is so that anyone who
It will be
wants to
this
support that-
Thursday at noon. We'll be streaming it live online at Gonzales City Hall at noon. One more time, and we invite folks out to join us. And do want to just say, I think I saw the deadline yesterday. The maps have to be finalized by December 27th, I think was when they're due to be submitted to the Secretary of State so they can be finalized before the end of the year. So we've got a little over a month, and let's make some noise. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, we just took a roll call vote. It passed. Yeah, we're good. Sorry, you're making me question myself now. Okay, so moving on to referral responses. Item 16, to receive a preliminary analysis report in response to board referral number 2021.20, requesting that the Board of Supervisors seek and direct staff with potential funding and locations suitable for a Monterey County Family Justice Center. And I believe we have our district attorney.
So Madam Chair, our district attorney, Janine Paccioni, is here. I would just let you know, if the board wants to move forward with the referral as stated in the preliminary response by the district attorney, you don't have to take any action today. You can just appreciate her response and move on. If you want to hear from the district attorney, I'm sure she would have a nice presentation.
I feel really good about the referral and the response that was in the report. Does anyone need to hear the full presentation? If you do, speak now.
I do have a question.
Oh, sure. Let's just jump right in.
And the question is this, first, this sounds like a unique and really wonderful resource, and I'm delighted by it. The only question that I have is, how would the safe housing be implemented? If a number of the clients who are being served need housing due to domestic violence issues, do we have the capacity in our social service network to be able to house the clients, or must we build the capacity in order for the center to be successful?
So Supervisor, I can address that partially. So this is a co-location of services. So we've got we have other nonprofit services that would be co-located with us. So it wouldn't just rely on, social services or county services to provide that. We would be working with the YWCA, Monterey County Rape Crisis, possibly interim for mental health issues. So it would be a collaboration to find those resources. It wouldn't just strictly rely on our county department.
Thank you.
And
all right, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I think the main cost is, because those other people in the various agencies would simply move from their present location into the center. So the real cost is if we can find a building and make the tenant improvements. We are looking at, I'm supposed to go over and take a look at the old California building. And I talked to Supervisor Aleo about maybe seeing if we could combine this with the modification of the old jail and maybe cut off part of it. And if we can get grant funding for this to build on the back of it, it would be an ideal location to come out into the administration over to the court. So the primary cost is going to be the structure that we have to find.
All right. Well, we've got District Attorney Janine Paccioni with us. Did you want to make just a few brief remarks, Janine?
No, I'm all submitted on the referral response. I would just tell you that, I met with Senator Laird today to talk about potential funding opportunities after he addressed the board today. We spoke for about an hour on this issue and a couple others. I have met with the Y and looked at some of the potential locations that they have available for a temporary location. I am scheduled to meet with Lori Medina and the city manager from Salinas to see if there's a location or a building that they might have available that we might be able to work together toward. And we've submitted a grant request through Cal OES for funding for the initiation and foundational costs associated with creating the Family Justice Center. Additionally, I'm in the process of creating a nonprofit organization which the purpose will be to raise funds to support the Family Justice Center to try and leverage those costs off of the county and onto private supporters. And that nonprofit would be able to apply for grants that we can't apply for as a government agency. So those are the steps I've taken, and we're moving forward with as much speed as possible given the challenges with COVID.
Thank you for the presentation. If there isn't Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Supervisor Phillips said. We did have a meeting with Assemblymember Rivas about resubmitting our budget request early next year for perhaps the old Monterey County Jail and perhaps converting a portion of it to a modern facility that could house this Family Justice Center as a permanent home. I'm excited about that idea, and Assemblymember Rivas did agree to resubmit our original request that was pulled back in 2020 during the height of the pandemic. So that is a $15 million ask in the state budget. And as we know, there is a current budget surplus this year, another one anticipated in the next fiscal year. So we hope that this might be something that could get funded, and we could combine two referrals into one, preserving the old jail and perhaps constructing a modern portion of that on that site to house such a Family Justice Center on our campus. Thank you.
All right, so I think we're receiving this report and we will look forward to, I'm not missing anyone. Actually, I think we need to do public comment for this. Sorry, it's getting late. Okay, any public comment on this preliminary analysis response? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and receive the report and move on to item number 17, which is to receive a preliminary analysis report in response to board referral number 21.22 to codify no overnight parking on Potrero Road in Moss Landing.
So same as the last referral response, if the board wants to just go forward with the referral as presented by Mr. Ishii in his report to the board report to the board, that's what you could do. If you have any questions or you'd like Mr. Ishii to make a presentation, he can do that also.
That's my referral, and we've looked at this quite a bit, and just a lot of complaints when they close the state park down at the end of Potrero Road. Then the people go and they park their big motorhomes right in front of the houses, and other one, it's a real traffic concern. And so we've looked at it, and recommendation is to move forward on it. So thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Yeah, thank you. This referral is similar to one I made in 2019 that was focused on the Big Sur coast. And I appreciate that staff is recommending that this one be done as a Title 12 no parking ordinance. The existing ordinance for Big Sur is in a different code section and has proven more difficult to enforce. So I'm working with the Big Sur Byway organization to further address this issue on Highway 1 through Big Sur, and we'll return with a new referral in 2022. Thank you for showing the way.
All right. I did just have a couple questions about this particular road. And again, given our conversation about homelessness and the need to make sure that we're providing for people, are there the cars that are currently parking there, is it people that are just using it instead of a parking space? We don't have people living in their vehicles at that location?
No, I don't think any of them are living in their vehicle, but it's kind of become, they've got the word out that this, if you're coming to visit, this is the place you can, when the park closes and they close the gate, this is where you can go stay overnight. It's overnight parking for visitors from outside the area, not, we haven't seen anywhere or many of our local people. We had some come down there when they closed Lapis, and we saw some coming down there then, but these are people from out of the area.
Okay.
Campsites.
Okay, so by putting by changing this ordinance, we wouldn't be displacing anyone. We wouldn't need to go in and tow or displace anyone who's, okay. Okay, thank you. That was my question. All right, unless there's further comment or question from the board, we'll take this out to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item for no overnight parking on Potrero Road in Moss Landing? Seeing no public comment, we'll close it and receive the preliminary analysis. Move on to item 18, which is board comments. We'll start with you, Supervisor Phillips.
I'm tired. Do we need a motion on that? No, I've had enough at my age.
Oh, are you talking to me now? Just want to say that tomorrow, Wednesday, the 17th, from 4:30 to 6, I'm hosting a community meeting with the Salinas Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency on the Monterey groundwater subbasin, which is focused on the Toro area and Corada Tierra, San Bernardino, and Las Palmas areas. So please contact my office or the Salinas Valley GSA if you'd like to have more information. I think I'll just skip the other stuff. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Alejo, board comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, really thank the veterans that put up these banners along Old Town Salinas on Main Street to honor, I think, 86 different veterans, and they will be up for several weeks now, and then they will come back closer to Memorial Day for another round of local heroes who have served in the armed services in that next round. And then I think there's another round coming in September. So I think they're taking applications for family members to submit their family members to be recognized on these beautiful banners. So it was a great project and a great unveiling a few days ago. I also wanted to say that I think Supervisor Askew and I were at the California Forward Conference, and I was honored to speak on 2 panels, one on a broadband workshop and then on the plenary session, along with Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf and my former colleague, Assemblymember Cecilia Aguiar Curry, who was one of the lead authors of one of the broadband bills, AB 14. And then lastly, I just want to invite the public this Friday at 12 o'clock with the Supervisor Askew. We're doing the first ever Monterey County transgender flag raising ceremony in honor of Transgender Remembrance Day, which is normally on the 20th, but since it's a weekend, we're doing it on a Friday, and the flag will stay up, I believe, over the weekend. So that's at 12 o'clock at the flagpole right in front of the courthouse and between the east and west building. So members of the public are invited, and that's in collaboration with Salinas Valley Pride and our Office of Civil Rights for Monterey County. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I did remember I didn't want Supervisor Lopez to steal my thunder, but we both participated in the Salinas Veterans Parade first time I've ever ridden a parade, and it was really impressive how many people turned out for that, how many young people. Jimmy Panetta swore a lot of these young people in who were going into the military. Just a big turnout, a lot of people from North County, and they hadn't had it the year before. I had the privilege of following his big Chevy truck through the parade, but I was very impressed. A lot of cars, a lot of bands, a lot of just people being happy and celebrating our veterans, which was a lot different than when we used to during the Vietnam era, so thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did steal my thunder. Great job. I got to follow the dancing mayor of Salina. So it was a fun parade that gave the due recognition to our veterans. And so I want to thank the entire committee who made that possible. I'm going to steal everybody's thunder. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. It's been a while since a lot of families have been together. And I know that many folks are planning on getting together, and there's going to be challenging conversations around the table again over politics and vaccines and all the fun stuff. But I want to say that I'm thankful for the collaboration that we've been able to have as a board and through these extremely difficult and challenging times. And as we take on this holiday, I ask us all to be mindful of the fact that some families do go without. And so anything you can do, I know most of you have your own dinners and things that you go out and support as they give back to the community. Just sharing that ahead of time. Priscilla in my office was out there today passing out turkey vouchers in partnership with Cal Water from King City. And, it's uplifting to see the good work being done. And I know you guys have done that for so many years, whether through United Way, Rancho Cielo, and other groups. And so as we head into this holiday season, just want you to know all to know that I'm thankful for each one of you and what you bring to the table in our conversations. And then I will put one more plug and say that there's a large event that we're putting together in King City around Christmas, and we're going to need volunteers. So just know that I might be knocking on doors asking for folks to volunteer for an afternoon for a big, exciting day down in King City. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments.
Let's see here. I think I'm last up. Yep. Okay. Most important announcement that I have is that tomorrow's my birthday. So I welcome birthday celebrations. Actually, I've been celebrating all month, so we'll continue the celebrations. But if you would like to come out and celebrate with me, we'll be hosting our inaugural, we're going to call it a holiday hello at the Marina Library from 4 to 6 p.m. on Thursday. We'll have hot chocolate and some cookies and activities. There'll be a chance to we'll be outside, say hello, talk about the year, celebrate some of the things we're thankful for, some of the things we've been grateful to have the opportunity to represent in this amazing seat on this county board. In addition to the transgender flag raising that Supervisor Alejo mentioned on Friday, we'll also be out at East Garrison on Saturday at 1 p.m. For a brief ceremony to raise the flag out at Lincoln Park at the request of community members. The climate action planning workshop is tonight, starting in about half an hour. So anyone who's interested in climate action planning for Monterey County is welcome to hop online and join us at 6 to 7:30 p.m. tonight. And then on Saturday, November 20th at 10 a.m., we're having our next joint meeting with the Redistricting Citizens Advisory Committee to take a look at map recommendations. So that'll be one final opportunity for members of the public who have opinions about our local county redistricting maps to make their voices heard and go on record with that feedback. And then finally, I just want to think literally there were superheroes dressed up at Natividad who are doing vaccination clinics for our kids. It was, I don't know that there are words to describe the feeling of like, we're going to make it through this. Like there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and the precautions and the loss and the sacrifice that so many families have made. Given the way that it feels like families have not been prioritized during this pandemic. The energy was palpable, the relief was palpable, and I just want to thank our folks at Natividad for making it such a positive experience for the families who came out. I know many of our local pediatricians are providing vaccinations. There's vaccination appointments available at myturn.ca.gov. And I want to give a big shout out to MPUSD for just jumping right in and making sure that they're actually bringing vaccinations onto school campuses for children to make it as easy as possible to get as many kids as possible vaccinated as quickly as possible. And with that, I think we have to call for public comment on board comments. So I'll do that. Is there any public comment on board comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comment on board
Did anybody
comments.
want to talk about yesterday's lunch? I don't like to steal thunder, but
Yeah, jump in. Go.
just
Go, Chris, go.
Mary, did you want to jump
Mary,
in on
go.
that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, thanks very much, Chris. Yesterday afternoon, the Monterey County Hospitality Association had its annual employee recognition lunch. Usually they have like a few rising stars that get all of the accolades, but this year instead, they honored all of the employees. And it was really a very exciting and moving experience to be there and feel the energy and the just the joy within that whole room of hospitality professionals. And that's what they are, whether they're servers or housekeepers or front desk folks. Every one of those people is a professional in their own right. And it was wonderful to get to celebrate with them. So thank you very much for saying that, Chris. I appreciate it.
All right, is there any readout on closed session items from County Council?
There is no readout from closed session, Chair, and all remaining matters will be put over until December 7th. So there's no need to recess back into closed session this evening.
You made my night, Les. All right. So our adjournment tonight from both the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency will be in memory of Jose Gomez. Jose Gomez was most recently the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Monterey County. He spent his career in the affordable housing industry doing what he loved most, helping low-income families have a roof over their heads. He believed that in providing this most basic need, that he would allow families to have a better opportunity for their children. Most recently, as the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey, he led full-time staff of over 80 employees. Prior to coming to the Housing Authority, Jose was at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development office in San Francisco, where he was the Division Director of Public and Indian Housing. Jose began and ended his career as a public servant with great pride and commitment to his job, no matter what obstacles he faced. He will be deeply missed as another loss, tremendous loss to housing expertise and capacity that we had here in Monterey County. So our heart and thoughts are with his family as they grieve his passing. And with that, we are adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to add,
Supervisor Alejo.
I wanted to just thank you for doing this adjourned in memory of Jose Gomez, a man who came down from San Francisco back to his home county and came to really fix the problems that we had talked about earlier. And he was doing good work, trying to get recruit good staff, and was a real partner with us on Project the Good Night Inn, Project Home Key. It's unfortunate that we lost him so early, but I also wanted to express my condolences to his friends and to all his family as well. It's a big loss for us, but he was doing the right things and the right changes within the housing authority. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see everyone on Saturday at 10 a.m.